This is Josiah Plays Lone Wolf, Book 19, Wolf's Bane. Frustrated by your defeat of his minions, the dark god Nar plots a bitter revenge. From the depths of his lair upon the plane of darkness, he creates and sends forth an evil champion who is the very image of yourself. In Wolf's Bane, you must hunt down and destroy your evil alter ego before it lays waste to your proud reputation and your homeland of Summerland. Will you find and defeat this evil mirror image in time? Or will you fall foul of the Dark God's plans and be destroyed by your likeness? Hello and welcome. Welcome to another Lone Wolf book. This is the 19th book in the series, out of, I think, about 28 books. So we've done 18 of them already. It's been fun times, and now we're on the 19th book. These books are by Joe Dever, of course. He wrote these in the 80s and early 90s. I read them as a kid and loved them. This book is illustrated by Brian Williams. The music you hear in the background throughout this stream / video is all by Kevin MacLeod of Incompetech.com. You'll see attribution and links to his site in my video description on YouTube. So, I've been having fun with this one. You see the cover art there on the right? That's what the original American publication of the book had for its cover. I had never seen this cover before because I never got this far in the books when I had the physical books. Looks pretty exciting. Lone Wolf facing off against apparently his alter ego with like an evil version of the Sommer Sword and so forth. Looks like it's going to be pretty cool. So, shall we get started? Moving forward, this digital edition of the book is by Project Aeon, projectaeon.org. You can find digital versions of all the Lone Wolf books there. Created by, with permission of the author. And we come to the story so far, which looks like it's gonna be pretty long, as usual. So this is essentially your previously on Lone Wolf. So let's read the story so far. You are Grandmaster Lone Wolf, the sole survivor of a massacre that wiped out the First Order of the Kai, the warrior elite of Summerland. It is the year MS 5080, 30 years since your brave kinsman perished at the hands of the Dark Lords of Helgadad. These champions of evil, who were sent forth by Nar, the King of the Darkness, to destroy the fertile world of Magnamund, have themselves since been destroyed. You vowed to avenge the murder of the Kai, and you kept your pledge, for it was you who brought about their downfall, when alone you infiltrated their foul domain, the Darklands, and caused the destruction of their leader, and the base of his power that was the infernal city of Helgadad. In the wake of their destruction, chaos befell the Darkland armies who had been poised to conquer all of Magnamund. This disorder escalated into a mutinous civil war, which allowed the Freeland armies of Magnamund time in which to recover and launch a counter-offensive. Against the odds, a swift and total victory was secured over the feuding Darkland armies. For 10 unbroken years, peace has reigned in Summerland. Under your direction, the once ruined Monastery of the Kai has been rebuilt and restored to its former glory, and the task of teaching a new order of Kai warriors the skills and proud traditions of your ancestors is also well established. The new generation of Kai recruits, all of whom were born during the era of war against the Dark Lords, possess strong latent Kai skills, and all show exceptional promise. These skills will be nurtured and honed to perfection during their time at the monastery, so that they may teach and inspire future generations, thereby ensuring the continued security of your homeland in future years. Your attainment of the rank of Kai Grand Master brought with it great rewards. Some, such as the restoration of the Kai and the undying gratitude of your fellow Somlending, could have been anticipated. Yet there have also been rewards which you could not possibly have foreseen. The discovery that within you lay the potential to develop Kai disciplines beyond those of the Magna Kai, which were thought to be the ultimate that a Kai Master could aspire to, was truly a revelation. Your discovery has inspired you to search for the wisdom and power that no Kai Lord before you has ever possessed. In the name of your creator, the god Kai, and for the greater glory of Sommerland and the goddess Ishir, you have vowed to reach the very pinnacle of Kai perfection, to attain all of the Grand Master disciplines, and become the first Kai Supreme Master. With diligence and determination, you set about the restoration of the Kai Monastery and the training of the new order recruits. Your efforts were soon rewarded, and within the space of 2 short years, the first raw recruits had graduated to become a cadre of gifted Kai Masters who, in turn, were able to commence the teaching of their skills to subsequent intakes of Kai novices. The Kai Masters rose readily to their newfound responsibilities, leaving you free to devote more of your time to the pursuit and perfection of the Grand Master disciplines. During this period, you also received expert tutelage in the ways of magic from 2 of your most trusted friends and advisors, Guildmaster Bane, leader of the Brotherhood of the Crystal Star, and Lord Ramoa, speaker for the High Council of the Elder Magi. In the deepest subterranean level of the monastery, 100 feet below the Tower of the Sun, you ordered the excavation and construction of a special vault. In this magnificent chamber, wrought of granite and gold, you placed the 7 lore stones of Nixator, gems of Kai power which you had recovered during your quest for Kai knowledge. In this vault, bathed in the golden light of those radiant gems, you spent countless hours in pursuit of perfection. Sometimes alone, sometimes in the company of your 2 able advisors, Bane and Ramoa, you worked hard to develop your innate Grandmaster disciplines and grasp the fundamental secrets of Brotherhood and Old Kingdom magic. During this time, you noticed many remarkable changes taking place within your body. You became physically and mentally stronger, your 5 primary senses sharpened beyond all that you had experienced before, and, perhaps most remarkably, your body began to age at a much slower rate. Now, for every 5 years that elapse, you age but 1 year. In the years since your victory over the Dark Lords, peace has reigned victorious, and the peoples of the Free Kingdoms have rejoiced in the knowledge that the evil which once threatened to destroy them has been banished from the face of Magnamund. Men have readily exchanged their swords for hoes, and their shields for plows, and now the only marching they do is along the ruts of their freshly furrowed fields. Few are the watchful eyes that scan the distant horizon in fear of what may appear, although there are still some who maintain their vigilance. For the agents of the dark god Nar come in many guises, and there are those upon Magnamund who wait quietly in the shadows for the chance to do his evil bidding. Hey Nox Moo, how you doing? Good to see ya. What's going on, Moo? Already, your newfound skills have been tested against Nar's agents, and you have, on each occasion, acquitted yourself admirably. Yet your continuing victories have enraged the Dark God and inflamed his lust for vengeance. 3 years ago, you and your new Kai kinsman achieved a glorious victory over a host of deadly lavas. Okay, so it's been 3 years since the last book, apparently. These dragon-like horrors were sent by Nar to destroy the Kai Monastery and lay waste to Sommerland. And yet, despite their supernatural strength, they were defeated in battle by the sheer courage and skill of the New Order Kai, who fought magnificently under your leadership. After the ignominious defeat of his minions, Nar retreated to the Plane of Darkness to plot and scheme anew. Victory at the monastery had won for you a respite in the Dark God's war against Summerland and the Kai. The following 3 years were peaceful for your homeland, yet elsewhere on Magnamund, the agents of Nar continued their insidious work. On several occasions, your special skills were sought by envoys from foreign realms, whose leaders were desperate to rid themselves of Nar's minions. Courageously, you undertook many of these dangerous missions, but we didn't bother to write books about any of those. Blah blah blah, some dangerous shit happened in the last 3 years, but not good enough to write a book about. And by succeeding where no other mortal could, you brought fresh glories upon yourself and your fellow Kai. Hey, I'm doing good, thanks, Nox. Hey, Boss Pie, good to see you, how are you? Let's see, what did it say about his aging? For every 5 years that elapse, you age but 1 year. It's 50-50. 50-80, so he's 45 years old, chronologically. But once he became a Grand Master, he started aging really slowly, so I don't know. It's hard to exactly tell, like, what he would be like biologically. He's like born on February 29th, Noxmu says. Yeah, he's like a leap year baby. In the summer of MS 5080, during a return voyage by sea from a successful quest to distant Desi, an act of sabotage very nearly wrecked the sailing ship that was transporting you home. Ha! Well, that wouldn't really be a great surprise, would it? Considering that almost all ships we get on wreck. Only fair weather and skillful repairs by the Somlending crew saved the ship from being lost in the Gulf of Duranor. When the damaged craft limped into its home port of Anscaven, more than 2 weeks late, the reception you received was far from welcoming. The normally cheerful feast... Whoa, what just happened there? My mouth just suddenly revolted against me. The normally cheerful seafaring folk of this busy port were in a strangely sullen mood. Clearly they all recognized you, yet none cheered as you disembarked on Anscaven Quay. The crowd was quietly hostile. Before you could determine their reasons, the uneasy silence was shattered by a troop of heavily armored cavalrymen who came galloping along the quayside, their gleaming swords drawn. The crowd scattered as the horsemen drew up in a circle around you. Their leader, a nervous young lieutenant whose coat bore the Black Eagle and 3 Hearts motif of Avon Kaldar, Baron of Anscaven, curtly ordered you to lay down your weapons. Not wishing to provoke these city troopers, you obeyed the command and allowed them to escort you to Baron Kaldar's castle, where you felt sure their inglorious mistake would be swiftly punished. Noxmu says he has the Kai skill of vehicular destruction, right? And whatever the skill of getting his guides and escorts killed as well. Baron Kaldar formally received you in the great hall of his castle. You had met previously on many state occasions at King Ulnar's court in Holmgard, and had always held each other in high esteem. Yet Kaldar, flanked by more than a dozen armed bodyguards, could barely bring himself to conceal his contempt. He spoke to you as if you were a hated criminal. You asked why you were being treated in such a manner, but your pleas fell on deaf ears. Without further explanation, he ordered that you be taken immediately to the dungeons and placed in irons. Later that evening, using your mental Kai disciplines to help loosen the tight-lipped resolve of a dungeon guard, you learned the reasons for your apparent fall from grace. Yeah, and just so y'all know, Lone Wolf let you put him in the dungeons. Because if he would have wanted to just kill all your scrub-ass guards, he would have. I'm just saying. Your apparent fall from grace. You first arrived at Anscaven by ship 18 days ago, as expected, said the Gaoler in response to your psychic commands. Baron Kaldar met you personally at the quayside, gave you a horse and 6 of his best troopers to escort you to Torrent. During your ride to that city, they say you murdered his men and burnt their bodies. On arriving at Torrent, you tried to assassinate Bane, the guildmaster of the Brotherhood of the Crystal Star. He survived, yet much of the guildmaster's hall was destroyed by your doing. To cover your escape from the city, you poisoned the wells, causing hundreds of deaths. At first it was said that a Hellgast had adopted your likeness to gain entry to their guild hall. But Guildmaster Bane refuted these claims. He is convinced that you are possessed by the spirit of Nar. The Guildmaster dispatched the Torrent militia to spread this message across Summerland. A few days later, at the forage village of Durnfallow, near Tyso, the Friar Earl of Durnfallow was murdered, and his manor house was torched to the ground. The villagers say they saw you riding away from the blazing ruins, howling like a crazed wolf. The people are terrified by the thought that Nar has corrupted you, their greatest hero, and turned you against your own. They are scared, and they're demanding swift justice. King Olnar has bowed to their will. He sent all of his border rangers to Tyso with orders to find and kill you on sight. Well, thank you, curiously helpful Gaoler. That sounds like somebody is mimicking me. Some creature that was made in my image by Nar. An ultimate nemesis. He's going around ruining my good name. Boss Pie says only a few hundred. I don't know if we could kill everyone in that city. Yeah. The news of your alleged crimes comes as a bitter blow. You are sure that it is all the handiwork of an agent of Nar, and you resolve to find and vanquish this impostor at the first opportunity. However, as you cast your eyes around the damp walls of the castle dungeon, you can only pray to Ishir and Kai that the Baron and his guards will believe your story and allow you a chance to reclaim your honor. Wow, so we're starting off in prison. This one. Man. I'm already getting them nostalgic feels. I tried to tell them it was actually just an agent of Nar that looked just like me that robbed that bank, but they didn't believe me. They convicted me anyway, so it's tough. It's a tough defense, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard to get off on the doppelganger defense. Real hard. Alright, let's see. Moving forward. Game rules have not changed. At least you have your items still. Well, see, the funny thing about that boss pie is toward the very end of the last book, I lost all my shit. So, like, currently, I barely have anything. I didn't lose my special items, but I lost my inventory and my weapons. Like, currently I have no weapons. I mean, I do have the Somber Sword, which is obviously a weapon, but I don't have any normal weapons. Like, I don't have a bow or another hand weapon. So I get to choose another Grandmaster Discipline since I finished another book. So, I've only got 3 to choose from now. Kai Alchemy, Magi Magic, or Grand Weapon Mastery. I'm kind of saving Kai Alchemy and Magi Magic for the end because I feel like they're new things, not like expansions of the disciplines he already had. So thematically, it seems like I should take those last. So I'm just going to take Grand Weapon Mastery, I think. And I get to add 5 points to my combat skill instead of 4. So each book that you complete in the Grandmaster series, you gain mastery of additional weapon. That's 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That's 6 plus the 2 you start with. I'm master of 8 weapons, basically. So we'll take bow and sword and broadsword and short sword and axe and dagger. And spear and mace. You get to add 5 to any number that you pick from the random table when using the bow. There's a note here which states... Okay, this replaces the previous bonus. Alright, so... I get to adjust this number up by 1 because it was +4 is what I had before for my mastery. Now I get +5, so boom, 55 combat skill. No, I'll get Kai Alchemy next time. So the other thing that happens is because I added another discipline, I get to add 1 to this and 2 to this. So I'm at 56 and 62. Man, these numbers are so much higher than they were when I started. At the start of book 1, I had 15 and 24. And now it's up to 56 and 62. It's kind of amazing. Alright, moving forward. I have a map of Summerland and the Wildlands. Let's check out the map. We get rid of the book cover temporarily. So we're back to a map of Summerland, but it looks quite different from the original map of Summerland from book 1. And it's even got a key with names of all the different villages and stuff. That's really cool. There's a lot of different villages, holy shit. There's 51 of them, plus the main cities of Holmgard and Anscaven and Tyso and Torin. Ragaddorn, of course, is in the Wildlands. And there's the Cure London. Now, this is the most detailed map of Summerland we've ever seen. With all of these settlements clearly spelled out. Could be a Chaos Master or a Dark Lord. Could be. Could be. Alright, so the map's pretty cool. I mean, we've seen a map of this area before, so there's nothing new here geographically. But now we see how many villages there are, and there are a shit ton. That's the official number. Okay. What does this say? The proud country of Summerland juts eastward into the cold Calter Sea. To the west, it abuts the grim grey wall of the Dern Crag Mountains, a natural barrier protecting the Somlending from the evil Dark Lords of Helgadad. Despite its proximity to the Darklands, Summerland is a prosperous and fertile country, with many towns and villages, no kidding. Dotted from north to south along the Dern Crags lie border outposts and forts such as Shadow Pass to the west of the city of Torin, and Fort Dernspa to the northwest of the capital city, Holmgard. North by northwest of Holmgard is Torin, while northeast is the city of Anscaven. Traveling west by southwest along the main highway from Anscaven through the villages of Pinestar, Dovin, and Cherison would bring you to Torin. Summerland's other city, Tyso, lies about 50 miles northeast along the coast from Holmgard. Traveling east along the main highway from Holmgard to Durinor, a traveler would pass through the towns of Farum and Eastgate before the rugged hilly land gives way to the barren wasteland of the Wildlands. 2 small wildland villages cling to the coast, served by this highway, namely Venosa and Dunkirk, before the city of Ragadorn, which lies at the mouth of the River Dorn. We hate the city of Ragadorn, because the one time I went there, I got robbed of all my shit, and I lost my chainmail and my shield and my helmet and everything, whatever I had that was cool at the time. I lost it all, because Ragadorn's a wretched hive of scum and villainy. Beyond Ragadorn, the highway continues east, with no further settlements for many leagues. To the east of Summerland, in the Gulf of Durinor, lie the Kirlundin Isles, a small archipelago of islands that descend in a lazy arc from northeast to south. Of the named Kirlundin Isles, from north to south, Broca, Eggen, Thet, Hemd, Curlew, and Manon. Only Curlew is large enough to sustain more than one town or village of any size. Between the Kirlundins and the mainland of Summerland lie the Kirlundin Straits. They got creative with the name there. Kirlundin Straits, Home Gulf, Islands. Alright, so we've checked out the map. We know all about the geography of Summerland now. It's kind of cool that we're back in Lone Wolf's homeland again. We haven't really been back in Summerland in many, many books. I mean, we've come back to the monastery, obviously, but I mean, we haven't been adventuring in Summerland. Properly speaking... Uh-oh. No. Don't do that. Oh, no. No! Ho, ho, ho! I just fucked up my... Hold on. Maybe I can load it. No, it fucks up when you load it. I gotta re-put in everything. Well, maybe not everything. Records and inventory seem fine. These numbers are botched, though. Gives me 184 combat skill, which is not great, really. That would make things a little easy. Alright. Shitballs. Let's go back. This is supposed to be 14. These are what the numbers were, right? And then I just added 1 to this, and 1 to this, and 2 to this, right? No. Yeah. 62. Hopefully this isn't bugged out now. I accidentally clicked on this right here, which took me to the main page of Project Aeon. And when you leave this page, this whole thing usually gets wiped out. It did get wiped out. But then I loaded my saved thing, but the loading of the save never works perfectly. It doesn't seem like it's always kind of problematic. Grand Weapon Mastery. Spear, dagger, mace, short sword, bow, broadsword, axe, and sword. Like, my lore circles aren't filled in now, which is weird, even though it's giving me the bonuses. So, I don't know. All this stuff seems to be okay. What I'm hoping is this didn't bug out my combat skill for purposes of doing a battle. I guess I can test it. I could fight somebody with like another 56 combat skill. Just test this out and see if it seems to be working properly. Alright, it doesn't seem to be like giving me a huge advantage or anything, so that's good. Alright. I also get a pouch of gold. Random number plus 20. Random number is 7. I have 27 crowns, which will add to the 14 I already have. Which gives me 41, plus what I have at the monastery, but I'm not gonna really... Maybe I'll take a little bit of that. Alright, I can take 4 items from the list below. I need a bow. That's 1. I already have a quiver, but I need more arrows, so that's going to be 2 as I refresh my arrows back up to 6. I want a potion of Lomspur. Heals for endurance. And I'll take... I already have a rope, and I'll take an axe as my second weapon. Alright, I think we're good. Moving on. Rules for combat have not changed. Here's the levels of Kai Grand Mastership. In the last book, I was a Grand Thane. Now that I took an additional discipline, I am now a Grand Crown. Grand Crown. That's a weird title for a Kai Lord, I think. Grand Crown. Sounds like a brand of alcohol or something. Well, we're a Grand Crown nonetheless. Next book will be a Sun Prince, and then finally Kai Supreme Master, which is the highest rank there could ever be. Nobody's ever been a Kai Supreme Master before, apparently. So basically, Lone Wolf made these titles up himself, because prior to this, nobody was ever higher than a Grand Master. So he had to invent a bunch of ranks for himself, essentially. I could just see Lone Wolf with a list. He's like writing down all these title ideas and he's crossing some of them out. It's pretty funny, if you think about it. Lone Wolf having to invent his own titles. Alright, moving on. Oh, yes, improved disciplines. Alright, so we'll look and see if anything is improved. Alright, Sun Knights with this discipline are able to wield two-handed weapons with full effect using only one hand. Oh, cool. So I could use a shield even if I was using a two-hander, for example. Grand Weapon Mastery. Sun Lords with this discipline are able to cause the metal edge of any non-magical weapon to ignite and burn fiercely. When a weapon thus affected is used in combat, it inflicts an additional 1 endurance point loss upon an enemy in every successful round of combat. This ability cannot be used with a wholly wooden weapon, such as a quarterstaff. But I can't use it with my Somber Sword because it's a magical weapon. I'll probably completely forget about that and never use it, but you never know. Grand Thane, we've been through these already. Grand Crown, this is the new rank. So any of these that we have, we're going to read. If you are a Grand Master who has reached the rank of Grand Crown, you will now benefit from improvements to the following Grand Master disciplines. Grand Weapon Mastery. Kai Grand Crowns with this discipline are consummate masters of unarmed combat. I like how it acts like there's more than one. When fighting barehanded, i.e. without any weapons, they may add 3 points to their combat skill. That's a big improvement over what the default, because initially, if you don't have a weapon, you take 4 points off your combat skill. So this is basically like a +7, which is pretty good. Animal Mastery. Grand Crowns with this ability are able to plant in the mind of any animal the image of their most feared predator or adversary. Under the influence of this illusion, the animal will believe with all of its senses that it is being confronted by such a creature instead of a Kai Grand Crown. Well, whatever the fuck it's afraid of is probably actually less dangerous than a Kai Grand Crown, but that's fine. Fighting bare-handed, says Noxmoo, spelling bear like the animal. That was a terrible bear noise. Sounded nothing like a bear. Nothing at all. Grand Pathsmanship. Grand Crowns with this skill are able to create a clear passageway through dense undergrowth, forest, or jungle. Once having passed through this passageway, the plant material will revert to its normal state. This skill can also be employed by a Kai Grand Crown against magical foliage, or to counter any plant material ranged against him by an enemy. So if somebody's lobbing fruit at me, I can be like, no! And fucking Neo that shit? Good to know. Don't throw your flowers at me. You will find they avail you nothing. Kai Screen. Grand Crowns who possess mastery of this discipline are able to mask the goodly aura which radiates naturally from their minds and bodies. Additionally, Grand Crowns can deliberately alter these auras to give a false impression of themselves to creatures that are sensitive to such psychic auras. Man, I wish I had that, because my goodly aura is always getting me into trouble. People are constantly sensing my goodly aura and being like, man, you have one goodly aura, motherfucker. And I'm like, I know, right? It's a curse. Wish I could mask that shit. It's hard being so goodly. Hashtag goodly life. Grand Nexus. Grand Crowns who possess this discipline are able to speak a Kai power word. That sounds cool. A holy utterance which will cause physical and psychic damage to any single creature within a radius of 30 feet. The degree of damage so caused and the resultant drain upon a Grand Crown's reserves of endurance are dependent upon individual circumstances. The power and range of this skill increase as a Grandmaster rises in rank. So it sounds like I can only use that when it tells me I can. Giant Snake of Doom. Oh no, it was a wooden platform! Slithers away in terror. Nice. Okay, that's the end of my updated disciplines, so good times. And so we come to Section 1, the actual beginning of the book itself. Pretty good to be on Section 1. Are you ready to begin? Because it is time to begin the proper adventure itself after 36 minutes. Here we go. The jangle of keys and the metallic squeal of a rusty iron bolt makes your pulse quicken. Moments later, the heavy dungeon door creaks open, and two imperious figures step with caution into the dingy cell. They are protected by a dome of radiant magical energy, yet you can see enough of their features through this shimmering force field to recognize them to be Baron Kaldar and Guildmaster Bane. Hey, that's our best buddy. Well met, old friend, you call out, but Bane does not return your greeting. His countenance is one of fearful suspicion. Clearly, he and the Baron suspect you are the evil imposter who has wrought havoc across Summerland. Yeah, Bane believes I went and tried to kill him, so no wonder he's not super thrilled to see me. So I guess this means you're not going to let me borrow the sky ship, then? Come now, Bane. Truly, it is I, Lone Wolf. Won't you release me from these shackles? Bane takes hold of a crystal pendant that hangs from a chain around his neck, and a wave of strong psychic energy washes over you. The sensation is deeply unpleasant, but you resist the urge to use your psychic Kai defenses to repel it. Instead, you allow this mental probe to access the recesses of your mind, and gradually, Bane's grim expression is replaced by a smile. He nods approvingly, and in an instant, the magical barrier which protects the two men blinks out of existence. Now's my chance to strike! If you wish to kill them now that the barrier has gone down, turn to... Bane, will your skyship privileges are revoked? Well, I do actually have a platinum amulet, as it turns out. I don't know why I'm yawning. I'm not that tired. Alright, platinum amulet. I got one. Release him, my lord, says Bane. The Baron, caught off guard by the sudden disappearance of the magical shield and the Guildmaster's unexpected request, takes a step backwards and reaches nervously for his sword. Have no fear, says Bane, staying the Baron's hand, for we have here the real Grandmaster of the Kai. How can you be so sure? Retorts Kaldar. Bane smiles and points to the amulet that you wear around your neck. Look there, he says. No agent of Nar could tolerate the touch of that goodly artifact. Banish your doubts, my lord. This man is Lone Wolf. Well, that's a pretty easy way to... What if it's a fake? What if I have a special spell on me that lets me resist the thing and wear it anyway? I mean, you're putting a lot of faith in just the fact that I have this amulet. Hashtag bling test. Turn to 88. Let's do this. Kaldar removes his hand from his sword and heaves a sigh of relief. Thank you, sheer, you've returned to us, Grandmaster. Perhaps now the evil that has befallen Summerlin will be avenged. The Baron summons his Gaoler, who unlocks the shackles that encase your wrists. Then, as the three of you hurriedly ascend from the castle dungeons to the Great Hall, Kaldar and Bane confirm the account of events that you extracted earlier from the Gaoler. This is the easiest getting out of prison that I've ever seen or heard of. If only it was so easy. I should have known all I needed was a platinum amulet. In addition to these facts, you also learn that several days ago an angry mob, composed in the main of soldiers and citizens from Holmgard, marched upon the Kai Monastery. Firestone, the most senior of the New Order Kai, pleaded with the mob for calm. Fortunately, they heeded his call and allowed him to send 4 Kai Masters to Taiso, the city where the impostor was last sighted. They thought 4 of their scrub-ass Kai Masters was going to be enough to take on Lone Wolf? Cut the games. Firestone has ordered these 4 Kai to track down and slay the impostor as quickly as possible. Noxmu says, unfortunately, it turns out that the Platinum Amulet was a Hellgast and they both get nommed. Yes, it takes amulet form. I'm not too scared of a Hellgast anymore, considering I killed a Hellgast in, like, book 1 or 2. I must be able to kill them pretty easily at this point. Of course, if it's been a Hellgast that's been leveling up this whole time since then, as like I have been, maybe it's like a super badass Hellgast. A Hellgast Grand Crown. You're in no doubt that this impostor is a formidable enemy, one who could easily prove more than a match for the 4 young Kai, that's what I'm saying. Anxious for their safety, you request that you be allowed to ride to Taiso to join with them. Bane is in agreement, but he suggests a swifter and surer way that you may reach Taiso. Moored to the tower of Baron Kaldar's castle is Cloud Dancer, the Guildmaster's skyship, which he places at your disposal. Well, that's pretty nice of him, considering I gave him that skyship. I gave him that one. He lost his first one, and I gave him my skyship that I finally got. I finally got my own skyship, and I gave it away to him. So now he's like, oh, I guess you can use it, you know. Yeah. Should always let me use Cloud Dancer. Gratefully, you accept his generous offer. Boss Pie, rest in peace. The 4 Kai Masters. No shit, right? Those guys are toast. You are keen to leave for Taiso without further delay. But before you depart, Baron Kaldar offers you the chance to equip yourself with weapons and stores from his well-stocked armory. Well, yeah, I'm going to accept. He might have something good in there, like a shield or a helmet. I still don't have either of those. So let's go to 149. Kaldar instructs one of his guards to escort you to the castle armory, where you are encouraged to take whatever you need. I just had a vision, I just had an image in my mind as soon as I read that, of a lone wolf walking out of the armory with, like, this huge bundle of swords and shit, like, held together with a blanket or something. Like, he's just struggling to carry this massive, like, roll of weapons out with him. And he's like, what, you said I could take whatever I want? Lol, I'm gonna go sell these. Because that seems like the kind of thing you would do if this was a video game, and they really let you go in and take whatever you want from the armory. You know you would take every damn thing in there. From among the many racks of fine weapons and equipment, the following items catch your eye. A broadsword, a sword, an axe, a warhammer, a short sword, a mace, a spear, 6 arrows, a quiver. What? Counts as a special item if you choose this in addition to any quiver you may already possess. I can have more than 1 quiver? Why wasn't I told this before? And a naphtha bomb. Small explosive incendiary. Well, we're taking that, of course. Obviously, we're taking the bomb. This item is the bomb. Don't know what it does exactly. I mean, obviously it blows up, but... Do I want a second quiver? Yes, of course I do. Quiver times 2. So now I can have 12 arrows. Sweet. I don't want the rest of this shit. You may then leave the armory by turning to 260. All the chests would be open, right? Like, do you have a place that has, like, shields and helmets and armor and stuff like that? Because I need to take some of that shit. Also, do you have a place that has towels and, like, blankets and things of that nature? Really need a towel. Ever since I lost that towel in Castle Death, I've been really sad. Baron Kaldar escorts you and Bane to the roof of his castle's main tower, where, hovering above, you see the great gleaming hull of the Guildmaster's skyship, Cloud Dancer, formerly my skyship. Nox Moose says, Lone Wolf, is this bomb thingy set to automatically explode sometime? Baron, IDK, just get it out of here. Oh, that's amazing. He's like, I've been trying to get somebody to take that bomb for so long. I bring everybody in here. I'm like, take what you need. There's a very nice bomb there. Could be useful. You sure you don't want the bomb? Come on, take the bomb. At Bane's signal, a cage is lowered from the stern of this magical vessel, and after bidding farewell to the Baron, you are both hoisted aboard. The crew, some of whom are survivors from his previous skyship, Skyrider, are clearly agitated by your unexpected appearance. The sibilant hiss of their fearful whispers echoes softly along the deck. But immediately, Bane vouches that you are not the impostor who has terrorized Summerland these past few weeks. And this swiftly allays his crew's suspicions. As you accompany the Guildmaster to his quarters, the mood of the men and dwarves of the ship's complement changes. Respectfully, they salute you and welcome you with pride aboard their wondrous craft. The Cloud Dancer sets sail and follows a southwesterly bearing for the city of Tyso, over 100 miles distant. The night sky is clear, and Giovanno, the ship's pilot, is confident that you will arrive within the hour. During the brief voyage, Bane communicates magically with the elders of his brotherhood in Torin. He informs them of your safe return and tells them of your plans to track down the impostor. In response, they assure him that word of your return will be conveyed at once to the king in Holmgard, and to your beleaguered kinsmen at the Kai Monastery. Wait, why are they beleaguered? What's wrong with my pupils? What's wrong with my students, my peeps? Why are they beleaguered? They're not under siege again. What do they have to cry about? This glad news does much to lift your bruised spirits. So he just took one right to the spirits. Are you alright? I am cool. They're just bruised. Just bruised. Better than broken spirits. It seems as if you have been aboard the Cloud Dancer for no more than a few minutes, when a message arrives from the forward lookout. Tyso lights due north! You leave Bane's comfortable quarters below deck and accompany him to the prow rail from where you catch your first aerial glimpse of the distant city port. The warm lantern light of hovels and taverns shimmers like a captive cluster of stars within the city's protective wall. At the Guildmaster's command, Giovanno begins the skyship's descent, and as the twinkling lights loom larger, you are able to make out the silhouette of a grand castle that is perched on a headland overlooking the harbor. They're afraid they'll have to draw for the 4 short straws again. There's our destination, Lone Wolf, says Bane cheerfully. The castle of Baron Tormidar, the seneschal of Tyso. Turn to 7, lucky number. Guided by a circle of blazing beacons, Giovanni the pilot lands the skyship expertly in the middle of a paved training park, located within the castle's expansive grounds. In Tyso, a curfew is in force, and the only figures lawfully abroad this night are Baron Midar's guardsmen, whose numbers have been doubled by a regiment of border rangers recently arrived from Homeguard. Bane suggests that you stay on board until he has informed Baron Midar of the true situation. The guards of Tyso are under orders to kill you on sight, he says as he gets ready to disembark. It would not be wise to show yourself, Grandmaster, until I have explained all to the Baron. You remain in his quarters while Bane seeks an audience with Baron Midar. Shortly, he returns with the Baron, who, upon entering the cabin, greets you warmly like a father welcoming home a favorite son. You will always be welcome here, Lone Wolf, he says, clasping your hand in friendship. I knew in my heart that you were innocent of these crimes which have so shocked our people. You may rely on me to help you find this impostor who has sought to harm us and bring dishonor upon your good name. Hey, Jen, good to see you. How are you doing? Yeah, book 19 already. Really been going through these. You thank the Baron for his support and his pledge of loyalty, and you tell him how pleased you are to be in Tyso after the months you have spent abroad. Then come, my lord, let's adjourn to my hall, where you may enjoy the hospitality of my court, he says, and turns to leave the cabin. As he reaches the door, he says, Oh, and by the way, there are some men waiting there who, I'm sure, will be most pleased to meet with you. Who are these men? God damn it, Baron Midar, if you're gonna ambush me with some fucking Jehovah's Witnesses that want to talk to me about my salvation, I'm not gonna be well pleased. Oh, I immediately don't trust these guys. Look at them. Hold the fuck on. Look at those creepy smiles. Back in the hall, 4 psychopaths await you. Especially that guy. That's the guy you gotta watch out for. This guy just looks obsequious. This guy looks like he's trying too hard to look friendly. This guy looks like he might actually be friendly, but like in an inappropriate amount of friendliness way. But this guy, this is the guy who's actively thinking about eating parts of you right now. The Baron escorts you and Bane through the echoing corridors of his castle, past watchful ranks of court guards and border rangers, to a hall which is lavishly furnished with Duranese oak and rare silken tapestries. Awaiting you, there are a group of young men attired in hooded gray cloaks and close-fitting tunics. You recognize them immediately, for they are 4 of your most promising students. Kai Masters Blackhawk, Star Lynx, Blazer, and Steelhand. See, if you go left to right, alright, that's Blackhawk, Star Lynx, Blazer, and Steelhand. The guy that guy, he only has one name. You can't trust a Kai with only one word name. Sorry, all Kai have 2-word names. That's the fucking rule. This guy's gotta be different. He's a special fucking snowflake. Blazer. Nope. Don't trust him. Jen says they look perfectly nice. What are you talking about? Noctmu said Raffle. They look like the monks at the airport that try to hand out roses to everyone. Blazer is your new best friend? Is that right? Is that right, Jen? Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Praise is sheer, you've returned to us, Grandmaster, says Blackhawk, laying his right hand across his chest in a formal Kai salute. His companions breathe an audible sigh of relief as they too salute you and bow in deference to your rank. Hold on! They're acting awfully happy to see me, considering these 4 were just sent to this city to kill me. That is why they're here. They came here to kill Lone Wolf, And now they're like, oh shit, it's Lone Wolf. I guess everything's cool now. Good to see ya. We were not planning your murder just like 15 minutes ago before we learned that you were okay. If you would like to immediately tell them to go back to the monastery, turn to page 73. Stand easy, my lords, you say, smiling as you motion them to relax. It warms my heart and gives me strength to be with you again. Oh god, Blazer's talking. We have heard the Guildmaster's account, says red-haired Blazer, and we await your orders, my lord. Upon your command, we will find the impostor and avenge the honor of the Kai. Notice how I made him sound sinister? You are about to give your answer when a court herald announces the unexpected arrival of Lord Foylan, Reeve Lieutenant of Tyso, the man charged with keeping law and order in the city. Upon entering the hall, he is momentarily taken aback by the sight of you standing at the Baron's side. Calm yourself, Foylan, says Baron Madar. This is the true Lone Wolf, not the impostor who stalks our land. What news have you? There's a discussion in my chat about Buddhist monks at the airport. What color robes do they wear? I thought those guys at the airport were usually Hare Krishnas, which would be more Hindu than Buddhist. But maybe there's Buddhist monks at the airport too. I don't know. Also, when I read this about in deference to your rank, I was thinking, hey guys, I'm a Grand Crown now. Yeah, I ranked up. You know who the head of our order is? Me. So I'm the one who gives out promotions. Also, since I'm past the ranks that ever existed in the Kai Order before, I had to create my own titles. So not only did I make up the title of Grand Crown, I also granted it to myself. They're like, God damn it, Lone Wolf's promoting himself again. Here we go. Let's see. Sire, the Kai impostor has been sighted within the hour by rangers in the city's north quarter. They tried to take him captive, but he slew 2 and wounded 3 of their number before escaping into the old necropolis. The city watch now have both entrances to the necropolis secure. He will not be permitted to escape. Very good, my lord, retorts the Baron. So we have him cornered. If he's gone to ground in the old necropolis, says Bane, he'll be hard to track down. The catacombs of that ancient burial field are vast. It could take months to search them all. Never fear, you say confidently. With the help of my able young Kai masters, I shall track and trap this impostor before dawn. Blazer, you're taking point. If there's traps and shit, Blazer's gonna be the one that finds them. One way or another. Aye, my lord, pipes Starlynx, elated by the thought of the hunt. We'll flush this cur from his hole before sunrise and bring him to justice. Starlynx is kind of a nerd. I mean, come on, Starlynx. That's the name you went with, buddy? Guided by Lord Foylan, you take your leave of Bane and Baron Madar and depart from the castle on horseback, accompanied by your eager Kai. During your ride through the twisting, lantern-lit streets of Tyso, you learn from Foylan that there are only 2 ways in and out of the city's old necropolis. By its south gate, or by its western arch. The impostor fled into the burial ground by the south gate, my lord, says Foylan. But that was more than an hour ago. He'll be deep underground by now. Do I want to ask Foylan to lead me to the south gate of the necropolis, or do I choose to ask that he take me to the western arch instead? Well, I think it makes the most sense to go in the same way that he went in, so we can maybe see some clues or tracks or something. Although if he's got all the same abilities that Lone Wolf has, I don't think he'll leave any tracks. He'll pass without trace. But, whatevs. I mean, what's so special about the Western Arch? We're going South Gate. It's South Gate time. We're going down south. Let's do this. Plus, I like 337 better than 323. Because it has a 7 in it. And I was born on the 7th in the year of 77. So you gotta love the 7s. Holy shit, I'm old. I was born in the 70s. How the fuck old am I? Really old. I can say I'm not quite 40 yet, and that's actually true. Not quite. "This way, my lords!" shouts Foylan, as he spurs his black mare along a mist-wreathed street that snakes through Tyso's shabby north quarter. The street is deserted, yet many citizens witness your passing. Their eyes glint in the moonlight as they peep through the smoky yellow panes of their windows, their curiosity and fears awakened by the clatter of your horse's hooves. At length, the street opens onto a wider avenue, which gently descends towards a sprawling expanse of derelict ground, surrounded by a tall, moss-covered perimeter wall. Several dozen guards and rangers have gathered at a distant archway in this wall, and by magnifying your vision, you can see that they have erected a barricade which completely blocks the entrance to the burial ground beyond. The Reeve Lieutenant tells you to wait here with your men. Then he goes forward to inform the guards of the situation, and to tell them that you and your companions are not Kai imposters. Look, if you have to tell somebody that somebody's not an imposter, it's automatically suspect. Like, that is the first thing an imposter would say. I'm not an imposter. No, trust me, they're not imposters. But how do they know that the Reeve Lieutenant isn't an imposter? He could be an imposter Reeve Lieutenant. Although why you'd wanna pose as a Reeve Lieutenant, I don't know. But he could be. And then, I mean, what the fuck is a Reeve Lieutenant anyway? On seeing his signal, you move forward and join him at the archway. At his command, the guards hurriedly clear away some of the rubble which fills the entrance, enabling the 5 of you to dismount and proceed into the necropolis on foot. In the moonlight, the burial ground, we really had to go into the necropolis at night? Under the moon? Just to make it even creepier? The burial ground has a certain ghostly beauty. There is an aura of sad serenity surrounding its moldering tombs, as, with the passing of centuries, they crumble to dust and disappear with their secret memories of another age. But all is not what it seems. Your 6th sense detects the lingering aura of an evil entity that has invaded this place. A glance at your fellow Kai tells you that they too can sense its presence. You clasp the platinum amulet and feel a tingling vibration run through the palm of your hand. The sensation grows stronger as you move along a weed-choked path which leads to a shadowy tomb. With the passage of the years, this tomb has settled lopsidedly into the soft Tysoan earth, yet a flight of damp stone steps descends to where its door once was. As you draw nearer, you notice that all that now remains of the door is a mound of broken rubble. Alright. Rubble trouble. Yes, I possess telenosis. I'm not a scrub. I'm a Grand Crown. I'm not some scrub-ass, you know, older rank that I'm not anymore. I'm not some neophyte Grand Thane anymore. Of course I possess telenosis. Your advanced Kai senses detect faint magical energies radiating from a large chunk of rubble which lies in the open doorway to this tomb. Cautiously, you move nearer to inspect the slab of stone and discover an intricate design scratched upon its surface. It has been smeared with dirt, and a magical spell of shielding has been placed upon it to disguise its true purpose. Yet you immediately realize what it is, and you recoil from the slab, hurriedly retreating a dozen paces. It is a glyph of power, a magical booby trap that has been expertly camouflaged to keep it secret. If anyone or anything were to step upon or pass over this glyph, the energy contained within it would be released in one devastating instant. So there's what it looks like, man. Why does the intricately carved glyph look like it was drawn on there by like a 6-year-old? Cut the games. You warn the others of what you found, and tell them to retreat with you to a safe distance. No, that's not what I do. No, I say, hey, Blazer, go pick up that glyph. Blazer, there's something over there I need you to grab. We'll just be over here. You warn the others of what you have found and tell them to retreat with you to a safe distance. From the cover of a gravestone, several yards from the tomb, you instruct Starlinks to pick up a rock and hurl it through the open doorway. He selects an apple-sized chunk of granite and lobs it accurately into the tomb. So, Starlinks is throwing this, but I have to pick a random number. Why doesn't Starlinks pick a random number? Fucking Starlinks, always making me do everything. Alright, let's random number this up. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. I got a 4. That's not good. You don't want a 4. Okay. 211. 211, nice. Armed robbery. The moment the rock passes over the glyph, there is a blinding flash of white light, followed almost instantly by the deafening crackle of exploding electrical energies. Splinters of stone ricochet from the gravestone behind which you and your fellow Kai have wisely taken cover, and the stench of scorched earth and ozone assails your nostrils. Then, abruptly, the noise and light cease, and the burial ground is shrouded once more in gloomy silence. You peer over the gravestone to see that the doorway is now clear of rubble, save for the slab upon which the glyph is inscribed. The destructive power of the glyph has been discharged, but only temporarily. Your senses warn you that it is recharging. You have but a few seconds in which to enter the tomb before the magical device is active once more. Thank God this thing has a cooldown, right? Or else we would really be screwed. We would be forced to send Blazer over there. Quickly, my lords, you say as you spring to your feet and hurry towards the entrance. Follow me! The inside of the tomb is a cold and somber place, devoid of all life. Its featureless walls glisten with rivulets of moisture, and the air is dank and evil-smelling, like the breath of some cold-blooded reptile. At its center, where one would have expected to find the remains of the nobleman who long ago was incarcerated here, there is instead a yawning shaft. I like the idea that they didn't bury someone here, but they took a living nobleman and incarcerated him here. Like, we're just gonna lock you in this tomb, sir. Like it was a punishment. A yawning shaft. I hate it when my shaft is tired. Wait, what? A yawning shaft. It's tired. It's a tired shaft. An ancient bronze ladder is fixed to the shaft wall, which descends to an unknown depth. Using your Kai senses, you scan the tomb and detect lingering traces of the imposter. His trail leads directly to the ladder. After satisfying yourself that your quarry has left behind no unwelcome surprises, you step onto the ladder and begin a slow descent into the shaft. Noxmoo says, so the booby trap just sits there so that when the adventure is over, some widow comes by to grieve and gets blown to bits. Yeah, I mean, shouldn't I dispose of that? Blazer, go get that. Or at least put a sign up, you know? Grab a piece of paper and write, like, deadly glyph here, and with an arrow pointing, and, like, stick it up above the glyph so that people know. The ladder ends inside a larger stone chamber, 100 feet below the tomb. Here you discover a granite coffin embellished with runes and ancient Somlending script. As you wait for your Kai companions to complete their descent, you read enough of the script to learn that you have found the final resting place of Hul Garulin, the third Baron of Tyso. Your senses confirm that you are on the trail of the impostor, yet there appear to be no other exits from this chamber other than the shaft by which you entered. I don't have Kai Alchemy, even though I was told to get Kai Alchemy by Boss Pi. I didn't get it. So now I feel stupid. Well, no, I guess I'll just faff about and stick my thumb in my eye or ear or somewhere. You instruct your Kai comrades to search the chamber's 4 walls for hidden levers or secret panels, while you busy yourself with a careful examination of Baron Garulin's sarcophagus. You attempt to lift its heavy stone lid, but without success. It is sealed tight by the grime of centuries. You are considering ways to prise it open when Black Hawk discovers something unusual about the north wall. He signals to you to come and take a closer look. Your experienced eye immediately detects 2 faint hairline cracks in its granite surface. They run vertically from the floor to the ceiling and appear to reveal the outline of a secret panel. Good work, Blackhawk. I'd wager the imposter escaped this way, you say. You think? I mean, that wasn't exactly... Nobody would take you up on that wager. Everybody else is like, yeah, duh. As you scan the entire wall for some means of opening the secret panel. When no obvious way can be found, Blackhawk volunteers to force it open. Allow Blackhawk or do it myself? Oh, man, if only it was Blazer, I would of course let him do it. But there could be some kind of trap or something. Do I really want to let Blackhawk do it? It's kind of fucked up. It's kind of a dick move. He did volunteer, though. He did volunteer. And he did look like he was trying too hard to look like he was smiling earlier. Yeah, go for it, Blackhawk. You can do this, buddy. Blackhawk dies in 5. Blackhawk unsheathes his sword and rests this gleaming band of Somlending steel across his forearm, awaiting your signal to proceed. You cast your eyes over the surface of the wall one last time to satisfy yourself that you can detect no lurking traps, and when you are fully confident that it is safe, you nod your head affirmatively, because you are so sure that there is no threat. What occurs in the next instant is doubly shocking. I got news for you, Joe. It is not shocking at all. Not at all. I am so not surprised by this. Blackhawk puts the tip of his sword to the hairline crack in the wall and presses forward with all of his weight. But, unexpectedly, not so much, he meets with no resistance. His blade disappears into the wall and the young Kai Master stumbles forwards and vanishes through the seemingly solid granite. For a second or two there is a deathly silence. Then an explosion of white light obliterates your vision, and you feel a searing wave of heat buffet your face and body. Well, you know, maybe he's okay. Maybe it healed him. Random number time. Random number time. I got a 9. Because I got a 9, I turned to 9-9. It's all about that 9. Alright, let's see what happens. Poor Blackhawk. Rest in peace, Blackhawk. Lev is ignoring me? What? The shockwave from the blast sends you tumbling backwards into the chamber. Moments later, something heavy falls across your legs, pinning you to the ground. You reach down to pull yourself free and discover that the object that is lying across your legs is Blackhawk. Dazed and trembling, you roll his limp body over, and then hurriedly check to see if he is still breathing. Thankfully, you discover that he is alive, although he has sustained serious injuries. His hand and sword arm are badly burnt, and he is in a state of deep shock. Why couldn't it have been Blazer? Using your Magna Chi curing skills, you are able to stabilize his condition and bring him out of shock. In doing so, you expend 3 endurance points. I wouldn't expend 3 endurance points to save Blazer, I'm just saying. No, I kind of have a secret meta goal this book to get all these guys killed, actually. That'd be pretty awesome. I already failed at killing Blackhawk. That's probably going to be my only chance. Look, these guys are up to no good. Besides, they came here to kill me! That's what they came here to do. Let's keep that in mind. They meant to be the assassins of Lone Wolf. Yeah, sure, now they're all friendly. For now. Until one of them decides, maybe we think he really is an imposter. Get him, guys! As you help him to your feet, as you help him to his feet, which makes more sense, you look around and see that the others have been knocked flat by the blast. They too are now struggling to pull themselves to their feet. Fortunately, their physical injuries are minor. Their innate Kai skills appear to have spared them from serious injury. However, you sense that your inability to detect that the wall was an explosive illusion has taken its toll on their confidence. Our prey is more cunning than I feared, you say, ruefully. But we are Kai and we shall rise to the challenge. Our enemy possesses strong magic and he's capable of masking it well, yet he chooses to use it to wound and weaken our party, not to kill us. Why this should be, I do not know, but from now on we cannot entirely trust our senses to protect us. We must proceed with the utmost caution. I thought we were proceeding with caution before. Beyond where the illusory north wall once stood, you can now see a small antechamber, which is wreathed in acrid blue smoke. Gradually, this smoke dissipates to reveal a shallow plinth upon which lies a bronze urn. This heavy object rests on its side, and a quantity of pale gray ash has spilled from its hinged lid. Cautiously you approach the urn, and see that there is an inscription engraved on its side. From this ancient script you learn that the ashes are the last remains of Baroness Gerelyn, the wife of Hool, 3rd Baron of Tyso. Glinting half buried in the ash, you notice a ring encrusted with crimson gemstones. Do I want to keep this ruby ring? No. No, I'm not going to steal the ring of the dead Baroness from out of her urn. That's just ghoulish and creepy. Besides, Blazer probably already took it. I'm gonna see Blazer trying to sell a ruby ring later. Calling it. No. You are riding the urn on its plinth when you hear Steel Hand calling you. He has found something among the rubble, which litters the floor at the rear of the antechamber. Alright. We'll start healing it up. Steel Hand and the other Kai clear away the rubble to reveal a trapdoor set into the floor. You command Starlinks to tie one end of his rope to its bronze ring, and then, together, from a safe distance, you pull open this stone hatch. No traps are sprung as the heavy slab of stone creaks open, and when you move closer, you see a circular chute and a ladder descending to a deeper level of the catacombs. You peer down into the darkness, and you detect fresh tracks on the ladder's iron rungs. You are back on the imposter's trail. I feel like Wolfsbane, or if that's his name, or whatever, I feel like he could have done this without leaving tracks if he had wanted to. I think he wants us to follow. I think he's luring us. It's a trap! Cautiously, you lead the descent into the chute, using your powers of infravision to scan for signs of movement in the damp darkness below. Noxmoo says if you want to throw the Baron's bomb down the tunnel and run away, turn to 330. Right? If you want to push Blazer into the tunnel, then throw the Baron's bomb down there, then slam the thing shut, then pile rubble on top of it, then run away. Turn to page 777. There aren't that many, though. It's only 350 in each one. After several minutes, you reach the bottom of the ladder, where you discover a large vaulted chamber. Around its walls are positioned urns. Wait, several minutes? That is a long fucking ladder. We've been climbing down a ladder for several minutes. Think about any ladder you've ever climbed, and think about how long it took you. A few seconds, maybe 30 seconds, maybe a minute if it was a really long ladder. Several minutes? How the fuck deep does this go? Large vaulted chamber. Around its walls are positioned urns and gray stone caskets, each embellished with traces of gold. There is an unexpected air of opulence about this vault, which prompts you to guess that it is a secret burial tomb. Alright, that makes sense. I have visited the Graveyard of the Ancients in the very first Lone Wolf book. I went to the Graveyard of the Ancients. In book 1. You've never been on a ladder before? Well, you're missing out, because climbing ladders is really fun. It's not really, but... Looking around the walls of this tomb brings back memories of the time that you ventured into the Graveyard of the Ancients. Realize that was 30 years ago for Lone Wolf. It's been 30 years since he was in the Graveyard of the Ancients, so these are some old-ass memories. The shape of the urns which stand here are identical to those that you discovered by chance at the tombs beneath that forbidden burial ground. The recollection chills you, for clearly you recall that those urns contained deadly crypt spawn. Yeah, I fought the crypt spawn. You focus your sixth sense on the urns that line this chamber, and, to your relief, you detect no living creatures lurking within. You instruct the others to examine them with care, and to your surprise, they discover that some contain lomspur leaves. Dibs. Dibs. They are spotted with age, but they still possess their healing powers. There are enough leaves here for 3 potions of Lomspur. Each potion counts as 1 backpack item and will restore 4 endurance points when swallowed immediately after combat. You are helping Blazer to tilt one of the urns. I'm trying to tilt it over onto him. When a sudden and unexpected noise at the far end of the chamber sets your pulse racing. Mini cliffhanger! Dun dun dun! Let's take some Lomspur potions, though, for really reals. We'll see. Control V, Control V, Control V. Taking them all. Taking them all. Alright. Let's see what happens. Oh, maybe something happens to Blazer here. The grating rumble of heavy stone on stone heralds the sudden appearance of the imposter. Oh shit, he's here? So already, I didn't think we were gonna meet him this quickly. Like some secret door to a nightmare realm, the entire far wall of this vault is slowly sliding open. Violent tremors shake the floor, and orange tongues of flaming gas shoot from the ever-widening gap. Silhouetted in the center of this fiery portal is a warrior clad in a parody of the robes of a Kai Grand Master. His stature and his facial features bear an uncanny resemblance to your own, yet the two of you are not entirely identical. The eyes of this impostor betray his true nature, for they are black and cold. They are like 2 tiny windows through which you can see the evil lurking deep within his heart. The portal crackles and roars like a blazing furnace, yet it radiates no heat. You sense powerful magic at work here, and you shout a command to your young Kai comrades to prepare themselves for combat. They react as one, their years of training suppressing their fears, and swiftly they draw arms and form up, in a protective circle around you. I don't think they understand how this works. I have to protect them. They don't protect me. The imposter unsheathes his black-bladed sword and gives vent to a chilling laugh that momentarily drowns the roar of the flames. His cruel laughter fills your head, and suddenly the stone walls of the vault seem to writhe and buckle inwards. Your psychic Kai defenses resist this illusion, and the distortion ceases, yet as it does so, you realize that something important has changed. You command your companions to retreat towards the chute, but they do not respond. They are completely rigid, frozen immobile like 4 stone statues. See, all of them already got fucking CC'd. These guys are useless. Pop your trinket, guys! That was a little bit of a World of Warcraft PvP joke for you. Oh, we gotta do echoey voice for this guy, just because. Cackles the imposter.
So we meet at last, Lone Wolf.
He advances a little nearer, and you feel an icy chill wash over you. The body of this bogus Kai Lord radiates coldness.
How I have enjoyed myself in your guise,
he sneers.
Let me introduce myself. I am Wolf's Bane. An apt name, don't you think?
Well, it is the name of the book, so yeah. You got a whole book named after you. Now, no other villain I've ever fought has had a whole book named after them, so congratulations, I guess. What is your purpose? You growl in reply, your hand poised to draw a weapon in case he should attempt to launch a sudden attack. Wait, seriously? You don't even have your weapon out? You're standing here like maybe he has good intentions. Maybe this is a friendly chat. You draw your damn weapon at this point. There's no in case.
Why, I've come to kill you, of course,
he retorts, his voice full of contempt.
There should be but one Grand Master, and only I am worthy of such distinction.
There can be only one. Holy shit, this just became Highlander. The imposter narrows his coal-black eyes and curls back his lip in disdain. And here's our image of Wolf's Bane. He does look pretty evil. Got some cool boots, though. That's a hell of a belt buckle, too. This guy ain't playing. He probably won some sort of wrestling championship. I don't really trust his smile, though. I don't think that's a smile of, like, genuine, you know, goodwill. This guy's even worse than Blazer. Blazer probably works for him, though. Noxboo says, Lone Wolf, are you Kadak in disguise? Fucking Kadak! That guy had better not come back. I killed Kadak way too many times. Well, actually, I killed him once, but I, like, had to face him many times.
And I intend to prove my worthiness, Lone Wolf,
he adds with quiet menace. How so?
By a duel,
he replies.
I challenge you to a duel, a fight to the finish, a fight between just you and I, Lone Wolf.
And if I refuse your challenge, you retort defiantly.
Then your 4 frail acolytes will die.
The imposter sweeps his sword in a wide arc as if to emphasize his threat, and the fiery wall at his back begins to change. Look, I just want to say I'm okay with that. You can go ahead and kill him. It's fine. Blazer will die, which will make it all worthwhile. The others are collateral damage. The plumes of flame twist and spin with increasing speed until the wall is transformed into a swirling vortex. Fear tightens its icy fingers around your throat as you witness the creation of a shadow gate, a portal to another plane of existence. Oh shit, this dude can create shadow gates? That's pretty hardcore. At once you know his threat is real. If he were to direct the power of the vortex towards your paralyzed companions, they would be helpless to resist. They would be sucked into the shadow gate and destroyed. Wait, I've been sucked into shadow gates like multiple times and I wasn't destroyed. I just had to go deal with some bullshit on the other side of the shadow gate. Nox Moo, and if I refuse your challenge, then you will never reach page 350. The imposter cackles in glee. That's true. That's true. It's all about getting to 350. Very well, you say. I accept your challenge. Wolf's Bane gives a triumphant smile and whirls his black sword around his head. Then he dashes the blade to the floor, and in a terrifying instant, a mighty gust of wind tears the two of you off of your feet and sends you both hurtling into the fiery heart of the dread Shadow Gates. Dun dun dun! Mini cliffhanger. Wow, pretty exciting. Also, boop. Fiery winds sear your face and body as you and your adversary tumble headlong towards the whirling white heart of the vortex. Motes of fire stream past on all sides, and a roaring wind howls like a demon in your ears. You pass through a cloud of sparkling vapor, which wraps threads of silver light around your limbs and torso. As you emerge from the cloud, this shimmering cocoon grows tighter and tighter until the pain becomes almost unbearable. But I do have Grand Nexus, and I'm way past Grand Thane. I hardly even remember the old days of being a Grand Thane. I'm a Grand Crown, which was not the best title I came up with, but what can you do? Rapidly, the pain melts away as your advanced Kai mastery sheathes and protects you from the crushing grip of the vortex. The strands of light unravel themselves and dissolve as you plummet ever nearer to the blazing white heart of this cosmic whirlpool. Then, at the moment you plunge into its core, your senses are obliterated and you are engulfed by total darkness. From out of the depths of this cold, dark universe, there appears a pinpoint of light. You feel yourself being drawn inexorably towards it, and although you struggle to resist, you cannot tear yourself free from its irresistible pull. You feel yourself accelerating towards the speck until it becomes as large as a glowing sun. Then, with an abruptness that leaves you gasping, there is a flash of blue-white light, and you find yourself lying spread-eagled upon a bed of moist green foliage. Well, that doesn't sound so bad. With mixed feelings of fear and fascination, you force open your eyes and gaze upon your alien surroundings. At first, it seems as if you have fallen into a humid, green-walled cell, illuminated by a solitary lantern at the apex of a fluted, chimney-like ceiling. Then, slowly your mind makes sense of sights and smells, and the realization of where you are makes you shiver with dread. You have landed inside the corolla tube of some gigantic flower. Huge stamens rise up to the light from the sticky bowl-shaped floor on which you lie, and nearby there is a large chute-like tunnel which drops away into the plant's hollow stem. For a moment you close your eyes and let your psychic senses explore this strange environment. Your greatest fear is that you have been drawn through the Shadow Gate to the plane of darkness, the supernatural realm of Dark God Nar, yet you can detect no abnormally high concentrations of evil. Hey! Greatest fear change! Greatest fear change, right here. No longer our greatest fear is wooden platforms. Now our greatest fear is gigantic flowers. No, our greatest fear is the plane of darkness, apparently. Being drawn through shadow gates to the plane of darkness is the new greatest fear. That seems like a much more legitimate greatest fear than the fucking wooden platforms. Also, you are unable to sense the presence of your adversary, Wolf's Bane. Your hopes begin to rise when suddenly you realize that you are still somewhere within the material universe of Aeon. You are able to determine that this alien place is not your home world, yet you are certain that it is a planet that lies within the same galaxy as Magnamund. Oh, so he took us to another planet, not to the plane of darkness. That's new. That hasn't happened to us before. Now we're an interplanetary adventure. Noxmood, greatest fear, landing on a wooden platform in the plane of darkness. Yeah, that would be the true greatest fear. You cling to this small crumb of comfort and resolve to find a way of returning to Magnamund as quickly as you can. You open your eyes and stare around the walls of your plant prison, searching for a means of escape. Well, I mean, hold on. We're on a fucking flower. How tough is a flower? We could just hack through the wall of the fucking flower with our sword, with our magical sword. I mean, it's a flower. Even if it's a really, really big flower, you could easily carve through a really big flower. Just saying. But apparently Lone Wolf didn't think of that. Or maybe he doesn't want to damage it because he believes in the sanctity of plants. I don't know. All living things are connected. Cannot harm plants. Other than the fact that he's killed like hundreds of dudes. But besides that. There appear to be only two ways out. By climbing a stamen towards the light high above, or by sliding down the nearby chute which plunges deep into the plant's stem. Why would you do that? Why the fuck would you plunge down deep into the plant's stem? That's just going to take you like underground into the roots or whatever. You'll be even more trapped than you were before. Besides, Lone Wolf does not like going underground. After getting trapped underground for how long was it? Do you remember? When he got trapped underground, it was 15 days, I think. He got trapped underground for 15 days without food or water and everything. He didn't like that at all. So, he ain't going down no stem. We're gonna climb a stamen. Stamen, not stemmen. The thick trunk-like stamen is covered with fine hairs which help you to make the long climb towards the amber-colored light far above. However, as you get nearer to the light, the stamen hairs become coated with lumps of sticky, sweet-smelling yellow pollen. These pollen clusters hamper your progress, as you have to struggle to unglue yourself from them every time you shift your position. Imagine how bad this would be if you had a pollen allergy. You would be fucked here if you had a pollen allergy. I mean, that's like way worse than normal pollen. It's like giant pollen. Your allergy would just be wrecking you. Noxmu says Lone Wolf attempts to get the plant to shoot him at his own planet. Mutters to himself that he'll have to invent plant mastery skills when this is over. Yes, because I mean he did basically invent all these disciplines, these new ones. You are nearing the stamen's bud-like top when you become aware of a distant buzzing sound. Oh shit, giant bee in 5. That doesn't sound good. Rapidly, the noise gets louder until you are suddenly plunged into semi-darkness. A huge winged insect is hovering directly above you, its multicolored body blotting out most of the pale amber sky. It lunges back and forth with its great head as it sucks away clumps of pollen from surrounding stamens with its long spear-like proboscis. Giant mosquito? Giant dragonfly? Do dragonflies have probosci? I don't know. You know who the fuck would know this is Jen. She's an expert on bugs. Which is kind of a creepy thing to be, really, but okay. Hashtag science. Then the creature detects your presence and the deafening noise of its wings changes pitch. It rises several feet above the stamen and hovers there for a few moments while it studies you with massive composite eyes. Mosquitoes have composite eyes? Do dragonflies? I don't know. I don't know these things. Unfortunately, it takes only a few seconds for the creature to decide that it wants to vary its diet of pollen. With a sinister nod of its head, it extends its proboscis and then stabs its sticky point towards your unprotected back. Actually, my back's not unprotected. I'm wearing a breastplate. Well, maybe a breastplate only covers my breast. I thought I had chainmail or something on, but I was wrong. Attempt to defend myself or attempt to evade it? Nah, we're gonna defend ourselves. I'm not gonna let some giant fucking mosquito dragonfly bee bug chase me off. I got a sword. I know how to use it. Let's fucking stand and bang. The gigantic insect detects movement where it is expecting none, and immediately senses a threat to its safety. Swiftly, it retracts its proboscis and rises several feet, taking its vulnerable belly beyond the reach of your sword arm. It hovers motionlessly for a few seconds, its glinting, fly-like eyes watching you intently. Then it emits a high-pitched shriek, and at once you know that it is getting ready to attack. I do have Animal Mastery, though, and I barely ever get to use it, so let's Animal Master it up. Your psychic powers prove very effective. The giant insect obeys your command not to attack. Yet, before it flies away, it sprays the stamen with a misty vapor which causes the petals to close up. That's inconvenient. Hurriedly, you retreat along the stamen and narrowly avoid being crushed to death as the huge petals fold in on themselves. Your innate Kai discipline of Animal Mastery has saved you from a confrontation with the giant insect, yet the creature has used its own innate abilities to thwart your chances of escaping from the plant this way. That's not good. This doesn't make me happy. The vapor condenses and runs along the stamen, making it difficult for you to maintain your grip, and reluctantly you are forced to retreat all the way down to the bowl of the corolla, to where the hollow stem is now the only chance you have of getting out of this plant alive. Damn it, I didn't want to go down the stem! Why, Joe Deaver? Why would you do this to me? Alright. I guess we're going down the stem. Hey, if I got trapped in there, then would I be in a stem cell? You get it? Because a cell is like a thing that you're imprisoned in. Drop the bomb! Yes! Nap the bomb to the rescue! I know how to get out of this fucking thing. Good call, Nox. That'd be great if I could use the bomb. Lol, stem cell. You lower yourself carefully into the hollow stem, and soon discover that it drops away very steeply. It is a vertical tube for most of its length, yet you are able to slow your rate of descent by grabbing hold of tiny tendrils which protrude from the lining of the stem wall. As you get nearer to its base, the stem wall becomes semi-transparent and slick with moisture. You press your face to this warm surface and you are able to discern other stems. They look like the trunks of trees in a dense green forest. Then you look down to see that the stem of this plant is descending into darkness. The darkness begins at the point where the stem passes below ground level. You decide to stop at this point, for you have no desire to explore the roots of this strange flower. You're damn right I don't. Carefully, you examine the fabric of the semi-transparent stem. If you can force your way through this tough plant wall, you will be able to escape from your prison-like tube. Now I can fucking hack through this shit with my sword. Yes, I possess a bladed weapon. I do. If you possess none of the above, you are fucked. The toughness of the plant wall and the confines of the stem make it difficult for you to wield your weapon effectively. It takes you nearly half an hour to hack your way out of this plant, during which time you lose 2 endurance points due to fatigue. Alright. I'll continue by turning to 230. Start healing myself. You leap from the rent in the plant wall and land safely on a mound of soft black earth. As you struggle to your feet, you notice that this rich soil forms a narrow clearing between the base of the plant and the stems of many others, all of a similar species. Their colossal stalks soar into a dimly amber sky where gigantic flowering heads bend and sway in a humid breeze. Staring at this awe-inspiring canopy, hundreds of feet above, makes you feel incredibly small and vulnerable, like a tiny insect. This feeling is made worse when suddenly a huge, horse-sized beetle comes careering through the plant stems. Instinct and quick thinking save your skin. Instantly you freeze, and the shiny black monstrosity ignores you, and it continues its chaotic rampage through this forest of gigantic plants. Yeah, tunneling to freedom half an hour versus 16 days. Yeah, right? Half an hour really ain't shit. It is several moments before your pulse slows and your senses detect a distant source of energy, somewhere away to the north. You cannot discern its nature or purpose, but you feel compelled to investigate. Guided by your tracking skills, you trek through this extraordinary forest for nearly an hour, before arriving at a huge clearing, where, from the cover of a huge fallen leaf, you gaze upon a spectacular sight. Spectacular sight time. You guys ready? Are you guys ready for a spectacular sight? That is my question to you. It better have an illustration. Last time there was something that said you see something amazing or whatever, then you turn to that next section and there was no illustration. It couldn't be that amazing. Okay, well that doesn't look that spectacular, to be honest, but alright. You have come to the edge of a deep canyon. The verdant walls of this massive gorge are carpeted with a rainbow of color, and the air is alive with the busy noise of huge, buzzing insects. Everything is fecund and fertile, and dripping with humid jungle heat. Noxmu says, or you could scream, I thought we were going to duel. Why you scurred, Wolf's Bane? High above the gorge, you glimpse for the first time the source of the light which illuminates this strangely wonderful realm. The canyon is set within a cavern, the walls of which seem to engulf the sky. At its apex there is an oval-shaped vent, through which a concentrated shower of amber rays pours down, like sunbeams through a stained glass portal. You watch in awe as flights of dragonflies, each as large as a Vasagonian Ithakar, as though we know what that is. Is that the giant bird things that they had that... That's right, I think we rode on one of those once. In Book 5, when we went to Vasagonia. Each as large as a Vasagonian Ithakar, circle languidly above the canyon on gossamer wings. They shimmer like streaks of liquid silver as they ride the thermal currents. The sight is one of great beauty, yet one you cannot fully enjoy. The instinct which led you to the rim of this gorge now tells you that the source of the power you seek lies several miles away and above, beyond the vent that is the source of this cavern's light. Carefully you consider your predicament, and determine that in order to escape, you must reach the vent, an exit that lies more than 1,000 feet above the rim of the gorge. Alright, honestly, the first thing that occurs to me is animal control one of these fucking bugs and ride it the fuck out of here. Problem solved. But no, I don't have Kai Alchemy. So, let's move on. Oh. You regard the distant vent with trepidation. It looks to be so high and so far away that you fear an escape from this world may truly be impossible. In your growing despair, you call upon your divine mentor, the god Kai, for inspiration, and, as if in answer to your prayer, you experience a sudden moment of revelation in which a bold plan takes form in your mind's eye. It's not really that bold of a plan, it's just the most obvious plan ever. Using your innate Magna Chi discipline of animal control, you focus on one of the smaller dragonflies that is circling above the fecund blossoms lining the lip of the gorge. Instantly it responds to your silent command and comes soaring down to land in a nearby clearing. Like a tame and obedient horse, this winged creature waits patiently for you to clamber upon its back. Then, once you are in position, it takes to the air with such speed that your stomach feels as if it has been physically torn from your body. That's not good. Several minutes pass before you are fully recovered from the shock of the stunningly swift takeoff, and are able to sit back and enjoy the spectacular aerial views of the gorge. Using your palms and your knees, you quickly discover that you are able to steer the dragonfly towards the distant vent. Unfortunately, your ascent does not go entirely unnoticed. You are close to a mile above the canyon when suddenly your insectile steed attracts the unwanted attention of a larger predatory dragonfly. This predator is bigger and faster than your encumbered mount, and as it circles around him, it is clear that it is simply biding its time, awaiting the best moment to strike. You draw your weapon and tighten your grip on your mount's scaly back as the predatory dragonfly swoops down to make its initial attack. Look at that thing's giant proboscis nose thing. And its tail. So, there's the Galassix, which looks very rude. Looks like a rude creature. I'm gonna stab that fucker right in one of those big bulbous eyes. Call it a day. Combat skill 49, that's pretty impressive. This creature is attempting to stab you with the tip of its spear-like proboscis as it swoops past. Therefore, you need only fight this combat for one round. Alright, let's see whether I do more damage to it than it does to me. It doesn't say that it's immune to Mind Blast, so... I get to subtract 4 from its combat skill. Let's do this, bug. You bugging me. 61 and 45. Ah! One-shotted, motherfucker! One-shotted, motherfucker. If you inflict an equal or greater endurance loss upon the enemy in this single round... Yeah, how about I one-shotted it? How does that sound? How does that grab you? Your blow has ripped a hole in the creature's silvery wing. The wound is not fatal, but the damage is enough to render the hungry creature incapable of ascending any higher. It emits a loud buzz of frustration, which fades as it slowly spirals away towards a cluster of smaller dragonflies hovering near the center of the gorge. Several minutes elapse before your tireless mount reaches the apex of the cavern and soars into the light-filled vent. Upon entering this vast aperture, you are buffeted by crosswinds which sweep you and your air steed precariously close to its rocky lip. The shock of the unexpectedly violent wind causes your mount to circle around the lip and attempt to dive back into the cavern. Blind with fear, it no longer responds to your commands, forcing you to take drastic action to avoid being carried back into the gorge. As you swoop past a rocky outcrop, you leap from the creature's back and abandon yourself to the crosswinds. Only your Kai mastery and your lightning-swift reactions save you from being crushed to death as you are blown towards the jagged, volcanic rock. That's not good. Miraculously, you survive the impact and are able to haul yourself out of the vent and climb safely onto a surface that you assume is the roof of the cavern. Seeking shelter from the raging crosswinds, you squeeze yourself into a hollow in the porous rock from where you are able to take stock of your new surroundings. The sight makes you gasp, for it is a view that truly rivals the fertile wonders of the cavern below. Okay. They're up in the ante on incredible views. I don't know. Last time we didn't even get an illustration of the cool canyon. Let's see what happens this time. Oh, we got a picture. Before your disbelieving eyes, there spreads a vast volcanic landscape, punctuated by mountainous dunes of blue-gray sand and columns of towering rock. The amber sky is mottled and banded like the eye of an angry tiger, and within its fathomless reaches you count 12 multicolored moons. These glowing spheres cast their light upon the burnt and crusty soil, lending it a ghostly aspect. Thick clouds, black and turgid, swollen with humid vapors, rear up like shadowy castles upon the far horizon. You can feel coarse grains of sand in the stinging crosswinds, and your senses warn that a storm is fast approaching. Seeking safer shelter from the coming storm, you get to your feet and cast your eyes across this warm yet unwelcoming land. Away to your right, lying less than a mile distant within a shallow basin of age-worn rock, you see a monstrous temple crafted from opaque black glass, so that's cool. Spikes of crystal embellish its many tiers, and atop its highest level there stands a tower, tall and sleek. Man, this suddenly feels like I'm in Dark Sun. Except for the 12 moons. I just showed up on Athos, yo. That looks pretty cool. A square of yellow light marks an open portal at the tower's base. You glimpse something standing in the doorway, and when you magnify your vision, you see that it is a cloaked warrior silhouetted against the portal's fiery glow. Your pulse quickens the instant you recognize the warrior. It is your accursed adversary, Wolf's Bane. Shocker. The compelling urge to move northwards that you felt shortly after you broke free from the plant stem returns to haunt your senses. You feel drawn towards the temple as if you were being summoned by a force beyond this world. Your sixth sense screams danger, and every fiber of your being knows it should resist, but you suppress these natural instincts and set off towards the temple. This towering edifice holds many dangers. Of that you are in no doubt. Yet bravely you resolve to confront and overcome them. Only by doing so can you hope to triumph over your enemy and find a way back to your home world of Magnamund. So we's about to go into some sort of obsidian ziggurat. Sounds hardcore. During your difficult trek to the temple, unless you possess the discipline of Grand Hunt Mastery, got it, you must eat a meal or lose 3 endurance points. I'm just gonna grand hunt some shit here in this alien world. You know, like you do. By the time you reach the base of the temple, the storm is howling like a vengeful demon in your ears. Stinging blasts of hot, sand-laden wind whip your face mercilessly, and you are forced to lean almost horizontally into the storm to maintain your balance. The storm is increasing in ferocity by the minute. You are sorely aware that you must find cover within an hour at most, or you will perish in this hellish blizzard. Maxmu says dragonfly sushi, right? I don't know where I got the rice exactly, but you know, whatever. Sushi sounds good. I haven't had sushi in a long time. Now you got me wanting sushi. Maybe I'll get some sushi tonight after I'm done streaming. Alright, so we got a hellish blizzard. Sand-laden wind. Sounds bad. An empty parapeted stairway ascends from the temple's lowermost tier to the portal of its crowning tower. The parapet offers you protection from the wind, and you climb the many steps bent over, almost on your hands and knees. Boss Pie said, ain't ducking did it. What? I don't know what that means. Alright, so we got a parapeted stairway. We're ascending from the temple's lowermost tier to the portal of its crowning tower. The parapet offers you protection from the wind, and you climb the many steps bent over, almost on your hands and knees, in order to stay out of the abrasive storm. Before you ascend the last tier, you check to make sure that your adversary is not lying in ambush. The portal is now closed, and you can sense no living creature nearby, yet you unsheathe your weapon from your belt and hold it ready in case danger should come from an unsuspected quarter. When you reach the portal, you discover that it comprises a seamless sheet of lead-lined iron, many inches thick. You detect a lingering aura of magic around its threshold, which makes you wary that a trap may have been set. Yet when you summon your psychic skills to probe deeper, you sense otherwise. You detect that Wolf's Bane has deliberately cast an illusion of magic around this portal, no doubt in the hope that it will delay or deter you long enough for the storm to do its work. Confident that the door is not lethal, you examine it more closely. Set flush into the glassy surface of its surrounding arch, you discover an inscription above 2 squares of dull crimson gemstone. Your sixth sense reveals that tapping upon each square one of these puzzles. Tapping upon each square a correct number of times will cause the door to open. We've done this before. Cautiously, you place your fingers lightly upon the squares and feel the gentle vibration of the door's locking mechanism. By concentrating on these vibrations, you hope to be able to decipher its locking codes. After several minutes, you determine that the first code is equal to the endurance point score, below which a Grandmaster cannot use the discipline of Kai Surge. The second code is equal to the number of villages that lie on the highway between the cities of Holmgard and Ragadorn. Alright, well I already know this is 2. This is probably like 8. We're gonna check it out though. Kai Surge. Game's rules. No, it's not really in the rules though. It's in here. 6. Okay. I thought it was 8, but it's 6. Wait. Hold on. If it falls to 6 or below, so the score that they can't falls to 6 or below, score below which you cannot use it. So really this number is 7. I'm pretty sure this is 2, but we'll take another look real fast. Oh, I was wrong. It's not 2. It's just 2 in the Wildlands. It's actually 4. This one, this one, this one, and this one. So 74 is what we're working with. 74. What? This is 74 is wrong. Alright, then it's 64. Then that thing was worded incorrectly then, if the number is actually 64. It is 64. Look. It says equal to the score below which you cannot use it. And we just saw that it said if you have 6 or below, you cannot use it. So, actually, this should be a 7, the way this is worded. We were robbed. This really should be a 7, the way this is worded. What they meant to say is the score equal to or below which you can't use Kai Surge. Then it would have been 6. But anyway, so 6 is the answer. 64. We'll go to 64. The moment you complete the code, you feel a shuddering vibration run through the great iron portal. Slowly it grinds open to reveal an antechamber that is lit by a dozen flaming torches set around its glassy walls. The wind has now become so fierce that it is tearing the fabric of your cloak and tunic. Rather than remain outside in the storm a moment longer, you hurry through the open portal and seek shelter within. Alright, cool, we made it. The iron portal grinds to a close behind your back, shutting out the storm so completely that the roar of the wind instantly disappears. The abrupt silence and lower air pressure within this empty chamber make your ears pop painfully. You lower the hood of your cloak and carefully wipe the sand from your eyes before taking your first tentative steps across the antechamber's polished glass floor. You pass through a triangular arch and down a ramp that leads to an echoing hallway. The floor and walls of this broad hall are fashioned from a black glassy mineral that is veined with fluorescent greens and sickly purples. You sense strong pulses of psychic power radiating from an open arch at the far side of the hall, and your skin prickles with a presentiment of danger. You unsheath your weapon. I had already unsheathed my weapon. I never said I sheathed it again. What? Apparently I sheathed it just to unsheath it again. And move towards... maybe I had to sheath it to do the puzzle, or whatever. And move towards the arch with the utmost caution. You are expecting the unexpected. No, I am not. No. By definition, the unexpected is a thing you cannot expect. If you're expecting it, it's no longer the unexpected. Every time you use this phrase, Joe, I'm going to call you out on it. It's not unexpected if you expect it. That's all I'm saying. Okay, here we go. Putting paid to the unexpected. Yes, Nox. Yes. Beyond the arch lies a steep ramp that descends to the floor of a circular chamber. The lowest level of the tower, which soars into the stormy sky above. Runes of alien design run around the seamless glassy walls, and the air is heavy with the sweet smell of decay. A large circular plinth stands in the center of the chamber, its mirror-smooth surface a little under 3 feet from the floor. You take a step towards it, and suddenly it is surrounded by a wall of fierce blue flames which shoot upwards from tiny vents in the floor around its base. As these flames gradually subside, you see 4 Kai Masters cowering upon the plinth. They are the 4 young Kai you thought had been left safely behind in the old necropolis of Tyso. They look petrified with fear, and when they see you, they throw up their blistered, soot-blackened hands and plead for you to release them from their fiery prison. I'll release 3 of them. Blazer can just stay there and blaze, as far as I'm concerned. Maybe his name was Prophetic. Drawing upon your Magna Kai discipline of Psi Screen, you detect that the image of the 4 Kai Masters is nothing but a cruel illusion. This Wolfsbane guy likes his illusions. Then, in the very next instant, the ramp on which you are standing suddenly drops away from under your feet. You throw yourself to one side and crash down upon the floor of the chamber, rolling over as you strike the hard surface to lessen the shock of impact. As you stagger to your feet, you see the image of the 4 Kai being consumed by fire. It is a frightful sight, and as they scream their last, a wave of hostile psychic energy crashes into your mind. I do have Psi Screen as a matter of fact. I got all kinds of Psi Screen. I got Psi Screen for days. I got Psi Screen I ain't even used yet. I mean, I have used it, but whatever. The sudden and unexpected ferocity of this psychic assault makes you fall to your knees and clasp your head in both hands. The pain is worming its way deep into your mind, causing your body to convulse with psychic shock. Dimly, through a red haze, you sense that the platinum amulet you are wearing around your neck affords you some defense against this attack, although it cannot protect you completely. Wait, did I click on the one that said I have Psi Screen? I did, okay. Picking up, this is what happens when you have it? What if you don't have it? Does your head just fucking explode and you die? Pick a number from the random number table. For every level of Kai mastery that you have attained above the rank of Kai Grand Guardian, add 1 to the number you have picked. The maximum you are permitted to add is 5. Well, then I'm adding 5, because I'm a hell of a lot of ranks above Grand Guardian. Guess we'll make sure real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. So I'm adding 5 and I'm getting a random number. Let's do this. I got a 2. That's shitty. I didn't get the coveted 10 or higher. 49. Turn to page 96. You muster your psychic defenses and construct a wall around your mind to protect yourself from this agonizing mental assault. Your strategy is effective, although the effort it requires depletes your reserves of strength. Lose 3 endurance points. Okay. This psychic assault has been one of the worst you have ever experienced. You have survived, but your Kai senses tell you that your ordeal has not ended. It has only just begun. You force open your eyes and look with dread at the terrible threat confronting you now. Hardcore mini cliffhanger right here. Alright. Let's see what happens at 300. Maybe I'll meet Leonidas there. From the uppermost reaches of the tower, there descends an icy fog which radiates an intensely powerful aura of evil. This menacing mist darkens as it swirls around the lower levels like some huge vaporous snake seeking out its prey. Then, slowly, it gathers in towards the center of the chamber, where it hangs above the plinth like an angry thunderhead, roiling and seething with colossal malevolence. You gaze into this black cloud and are gripped by an abject terror the instant you fathom its nature and purpose. This cloud is not of this world, and it has not fully taken on substance and being within the material plane of Aeon. Yet, even in its malformed state, you recognize it to be a materialization of ultimate evil. This is a manifestation of Nar, the king of the darkness. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder shakes the walls, and the base of the tower is lit up by crackling arcs of lightning. The freezing air seethes with tension as the presence of Nar triggers explosive chemical imbalances within it. Then, above the crackling cacophony of noise, you hear a chilling voice speaking to you in your native tongue.
Disciple of Kai, you know my name. Will you not deign to speak it?
Morbid terror is ripping at your insides, yet you refuse to show the slightest trace of weakness. You steel yourself, and inwardly you pray to Kai and Ashir to protect you in this hour of deepest need. Throwing the bomb at Nar. Yes, the bomb at Nar definitely knocks. No! You scream. I will never acknowledge you! You are not my father!
You may be one of Kai's favorite minions, retorts the voice. But you will always be mortal. You would do well to remember that in my presence.
Thunder booms and the floor shakes beneath your feet, causing you to fall involuntarily to your knees.
Now that you bow before me, Lone Wolf, I shall impart to you your fate, for I am the true master of Aeon. This is Avaros, a small and insignificant satellite of Duran, a world that has long been devoted to my cause. And you have been lured here for one purpose, to be destroyed. During the speck of time that you have existed, you have become an impertinent obstacle to my conquest of Magnamund. For this you will forfeit your soul. Yet, Before I claim your worthless soul, I shall make sport of your demise, so that Kai and Ishir shall see the worthlessness of their creations and know the futility of their cause.
Once more, the thunder booms, and you are blinded momentarily by a flash of white fire. Slowly, your sight returns, and now you can see your adversary, Wolf's Bane, standing upon the plinth, directly under the menacing black cloud.
Here is my champion,
speaks the voice of Nar.
You and he are well matched for the contest that is about to commence.
Wolfsbane unsheathes his sword and levels it at your chest. His facial features twist into a grotesque parody of your own as he spits out a venomous threat.
Victory will be mine, Lone Wolf. Evil shall ultimately triumph.
You shout a defiant riposte, but the voice of Nar booms once more, drowning your worthy cry.
So be it. Let the duel begin.
Alright, did we finally get to fight him? Oh, by the way, I didn't heal up on this passage. Okay, here we go. Nausea wells up from the pit of your stomach as the lower chamber of the tower is suddenly transformed into a whirling spiral of violent colors and noise. You feel yourself falling forwards into this vortex, and for a few fleeting seconds, you glimpse your adversary. He is brandishing his sword and laughing like a madman, his face twisted with maniacal glee as he rides this terrifying whirlwind. Then he is lost to the chaos of the maelstrom, and he vanishes from your sight. For what seems like an eternity, you spin and fall through a rainbow of color and sound. Only gradually do you become aware that this nightmare journey is coming to an end, when the noise abates and the swirling colors begin to fade. Then, with a jolt, you find yourself standing ankle-deep in stagnant green water, struggling to keep your balance. You draw your weapon and scan your surroundings, fearful of sudden attack, but you soon realize that you are alone. Boss fights says there's not been much fighting in the book so far. Yeah, that's true, actually. There's barely any so far. And we're like 2 hours and 17 minutes into this. I mean, we didn't actually start the book itself until like 36 minutes into it or something, but still. You appear to be under the ground, standing in a crude sewer-like tunnel which has been excavated by primitive means. The roots of trees protrude from its beaten earth ceiling, and there is a stale and unpleasant smell of rotting vegetation. You use your psychic skills to probe for Wolf's Bane, but you cannot detect his presence, and so you sheathe your weapon and relax your guard. The encounter with the manifestation of Nar has left a fear gnawing at your heart, the fear that the dark god could at any moment he chooses lay claim to your soul. But your Kai courage swiftly overcomes the anxiety, and you draw comfort from your faith in the gods Kai and Ashir. Oxmoose says Lone Wolf sighs as he realizes he's inside another plant. You offer up a prayer to them to watch over you during the coming trial of strength, and vow that you will never lose hope. No matter what dangers you may yet face. I just threw faith in there because it seemed appropriate to the sentence, but it doesn't make sense with may yet faith. What dangers you may yet face. As if in answer to your prayer, you feel a surge of energy flow through your body, revitalizing your mind and senses. Restore any endurance points which you may have lost during your adventure so far. Well, I would have restored 1 anyway from my healing coming to this passage, so thanks for the 1 point heal. These gods really hooking me up. Alert and confident. Fucking Kai and Ashir with the overhealing. Alert and confident, you peer along the gloomy tunnel in both directions and try to determine the best course to follow. Neither way looks especially appealing. Tunnel ahead or the tunnel behind? I'm gonna go with behind, I think. Gotta go behind. Alright. Behind it is. The tunnel twists and turns for several hundred yards before entering a large vault. Not huge, just large. Huge is on the next line. Before entering a large vault that is knee-deep in brackish gray slime. A huge black iron pot hangs suspended by a large chain in the middle of the vault, 10 feet above the surface of the slimy floor. The oily chain runs around a large wheel fixed near the ceiling and drops through the center of a slit, high up in the opposite wall. Carefully, you approach the entrance to the vault, and, using your Magna Chi discipline of pathsmanship, you detect that the pot hides 2 creatures. They are lying in ambush. There is an exit on the far side of the vault, but in order to reach it, you will have to pass directly below the hanging pot. Using the cover of shadows at the entrance to the vault, you look to the far exit and consider how you can reach it unscathed. Can I just kill the creatures in the pot? Well, I do have a semblance and I'm past Grand Guardian, so let me use my sneaky invisibility time. I almost never get to use a semblance. Using your Grandmaster skills, you conjure a fog from the surface of the slime, which rapidly fills the lower level of the vault. You hear the angry, rasping voices of the creatures echoing inside the pot as they curse the fog which is obscuring their view of the vault floor. Under cover of the vapor, you enter the vault and wade silently through the slime towards the far exit. You have just passed beneath the pot when suddenly a volley of bone arrows comes whistling down from above. Bone arrows, huh? I have Grand Hunt Mastery, so I get to add 2 to this. I got a 4. Great! I rolled exactly what I needed to roll to have the maximum of the bad result. All I needed to roll was a 5 or better, I would have had this. So, bone arrows are about to hit me up in my face. One of the arrows grazes your left shoulder and gouges a furrow of skin from the back of your left thigh. Wait, is it the same arrow? It's my shoulder and the back of my leg? You stifle a cry, but the intense pain that grips your injured limbs warns you at once that the tip of the arrow was tainted with poison. Your innate healing skills counter the poison before it can do its deadly work, but your body's defenses draw heavily on your reserves of strength, and the curing process leaves you feeling weak and lightheaded. Use 4 endurance points. Now I need that heal. No, I'm okay. You are within 10 feet of the exit tunnel when a heavy sheet of iron falls from the ceiling and seals off your chosen route of escape. The fog is beginning to thin out, and you can now see the creatures in the pot who attempted to shoot you full of arrows. They are small, blue-skinned reptilians with cruel crocodilian faces and curiously human hands. I think this is the first time I've ever seen the word crocodilian used. They are armed with finely crafted bows of gleaming white bone that you detect are capable of discharging 6 poisoned arrows every second. Wow! What the shit? They can shoot 6 arrows a second? The reptilians are close to reloading these bows. You must act quickly if you are to avoid becoming the target of a second deadly volley. Boss pie. Yeah, I know. Kai Alchemy would be helpful here. Or Magic. But I do have a bow. I have a bow. And I can... These guys want to get in an archery contest? Let's get in an archery contest then. Speaking of archery contest, though. Remember that one time I was in an archery contest and I fucking failed and didn't get the super special bow? Yeah. Alright, here we go. Archery contest. Let's do this. With stunning grace and swiftness, you unshoulder your bow and let loose 2 hastily aimed arrows at the reptilians. Yet, despite the haste of your shots, both shafts find their mark. They skewer the horny skulls of these cold-blooded ambushers, killing them both in an instant. Hell yes! I didn't even have to roll or anything. I'm just a bow-using master. I mean, I am actually a bow-using grand weapon master, so, you know. Reduce my number of arrows by 2. Free now from the immediate threat of attack, you shoulder your bow and turn to examine the sealed portal for a lever or some other means to make it rise. Killed me some pot crocs. To your amazement, the portal begins to rise of its own accord. You wait until it has risen a few feet, and you are sure that no enemy awaits you on the other side. Then you duck under the heavy iron plate and hurry into the tunnel beyond. As you run, you hear the portal slamming shut behind you with a dull, reverberating boom. Take their bows. I know! Let me have one of those 6 arrows per second bow. This book is reminding me of Castle Death now that we're in this place. You follow, which means I would lose my towel if I had one, but I don't even have a towel. Probably gonna lose my bomb. You follow the tunnel as it ascends towards the surface. A dot of daylight appears in the distance, which, as you climb towards it, becomes a cluster of bright sunbeams filtering through a curtain of vines. This fringe of emerald streamers conceals the cave mouth entrance to this tunnel. The tunnel itself becomes increasingly humid as you get nearer to the exit. Its dry earth floor has gradually transformed into a slick and treacherous surface which is alive with beetles and centipedes, some as long as daggers. Ew. Upon reaching the cave mouth, you stop to peer through the hanging vines. Outside, in the fiercely tropical heat, you can see a dense jungle sweltering beneath a blazing sun. It extends in every direction towards a jagged horizon of volcanic mountain peaks. Then your eye is caught by something small and metallic glinting in the mulch of vegetation that carpets the entrance. You pick it up and discover that it is a brass button engraved with a sun motif. It is identical to the buttons which adorn your own tunic, none of which are missing. You deduce that it has come from the tunic of your adversary, but you cannot be sure whether it was lost accidentally or was placed here deliberately for you to find. Probably the latter. I will search the entrance for further clues to the whereabouts of my enemy. Yes, 101. I mean, you gotta search for further clues. That's just like Lone Wolf 101. Oh, 101. You detect several footprints in the loamy mulch, all of them virtually identical to your own. They have been partially covered by leaves, and there are many narrow channels in the soft soil, made unmistakably by human fingers. Your suspicions are immediately aroused. The tracks are so poorly concealed, it is as if someone wanted you to find them. That's what I've been saying this whole time. He's been leaving tracks on purpose for me. I do have telenosis. It's busted out. You relax the tension in your body and allow yourself to enter a trance state, the preliminary stage required before you spirit walk. You feel yourself leave your corporeal body, and in spirit form, you move through the curtain of vines and out into the jungle heat. Immediately beyond the cave mouth, there is a small clearing which slopes away to the jungle perimeter. You scan the border of dense foliage, and you are shocked when you detect your adversary, Wolf's Bane, hiding among the bushes less than 50 yards away. He is armed with a bow, which he has trained upon the entrance to the tunnel. Well, I'm feeling pretty badass with my bow right now after I just aced 2 fucking bow-using crock pots. Oh my god! That thing they were in was a crock pot. It was totally a crock pot because they were crocodilian and they were hiding in a pot. Why didn't I think of the crock pot? Because earlier I even said pot crocs when I called them that. Why didn't I think of calling it a crock pot earlier? It would have been really funny. Now it's kind of too late. You retreat into the cave mouth and re-enter your body. On awakening from your trance, you move forward and peer through the hanging vines to locate your enemy's hiding place. So advanced is his camouflage skill that it takes you several minutes to find him. Once you are sure you have him, you allow yourself a smile. You are looking forward to turning the tables on this arrogant imposter. I could use Grand Nexus here with Kai Grand... Wait, what does that allow me to do? What does that let me do? Oh, Kai Power Word. Holy Utterance, which will fuck dudes up. Or I can use my bow. I'm feeling good about my bow, honestly. But I kind of want to use my new ability here since I've never used it. Let's use the Kai Power Word. Sounds fun. You take several deep breaths. Oh, I'm about to fuss Rodal this guy. That's what this is. This is a dragon shout from Skyrim. You take several deep breaths as you prepare to utter the Kai Power Word. Focusing on your enemy's hiding place, you expel the word Kai! And you see the undergrowth shimmer as the force of your exhalation plows through the jungle like an invisible fist. Fus Roda! Pick a number from the random number table. If your score is more than 20, add 1. Oh, I gotta get high. I gotta roll an 8 or a 9 to get the good result. Come on, here we go. High roll, no whammies. That's not what I wanted. I know, right? I was thinking that too, Noxmoo. It was really original power word they came up with there. Well, remember, Lone Wolf invented these disciplines and powers, so Lone Wolf is the one that came up with that. What's the Kai word of power? Kai? That's dumb. It really should be a word that you don't use on a daily basis, you know what I'm saying? Alright, here we go with the shitty roll at 36. Your target is beyond the effective range of your power word. The energy of your attack dissipates before it reaches Wolf's Bane, and all that he feels is a cool and pleasant breeze. The use of this discipline at such extreme range drains your strength unnecessarily. Lose 3 endurance. Oh my god, that was for real. Like, I not only did nothing to him, but gave him a cool and pleasant breeze, I also hurt myself. Fuck High Power Word. Fuck using that ability. Should have used my damn bow. You watch your adversary and see him getting to his feet. He is moving deeper into the jungle. Fearing that he is getting away, you dash from the cave mouth and chase after him. But you have covered fewer than a dozen yards when suddenly an arrow comes whistling out of the undergrowth. It speeds directly towards your face with terrifying accuracy. Here we go with the Kai Alchemy again. No, I don't have Kai Alchemy. Even though Boss Pie told me to get it. So... Noxbu says Blazer accidentally exploded a few initiates during his prayers at the monastery with the power word. Well, he's not a grandmaster. He can't use power word. He is yet to rise through all of the ranks that I invented. You throw yourself flat to the ground in a desperate attempt to avoid being hit by this deadly missile. Pick a random number. I have Grand Hound Mastery, so I get to add 3. This right here is instant death. I guarantee you. You roll a 0 on this, insta-kill. by Wolfsbane. Random number. Oh my god. I rolled a 0, but good news, I get to add this 3. So I don't have to go to the insta-death result. I just go to the take some damage result, probably. The arrow clips the top of your right shoulder and rips away a strip of skin. Lose 3 endurance points. Rude. Rude. But I get to heal 1 this passage, so... Wincing at the sharp pain, you clasp your left hand to the wound and use your healing skills to staunch the flow of blood. Then you get to your feet and look to the jungle to pinpoint the place where the arrow emerged. When you magnify your vision, you see the face of your enemy, Wolfsbane, partially hidden by a tree. He is laughing, his teeth showing white against the deep green of the jungle. He mouths a curse before springing to his feet and running off into the undergrowth. This fucking kiting bastard. You can't stand and fight. He's got to kite me all over this alien planet and shit. Determined that you are not going to allow him to escape so easily, you rush forward and give chase. You force your way through the dense tangle of plants and grasses, and soon reach the place where Wolfsbane lay in wait for you. The foliage around this hiding place has been carefully arranged, which suggests to you that he must have spent some considerable time setting his ambush. Yet there is also evidence of a hasty retreat. Yeah, Noxmoo, he kited Lone Wolf all the way to another planet. Lying on the ground behind a tree, you discover 2 arrows and a dagger. I'm gonna take those 2 arrows, in fact. Put me back up to 12. Determined to stay on his trail while it is still fresh, you leave this hide and press deeper into the jungle in pursuit of your enemy. However, you have penetrated less than 20 yards into the undergrowth when his trail becomes indistinct. I have Grand Passmanship and Ground Crown. I do indeed. What does that do? Oh, I can create a clear passageway through undergrowth, forest, or jungle. That's awesome. Okay, good. Let's do it up. You use your advanced mastery to find your enemy's tracks, and then you clear a path through the dense undergrowth which covers them. You sense that he has used magic to assist his escape, for the foliage here is entangled far tighter than in neighboring areas of this jungle. Your advanced discipline flattens the undergrowth as you advance, as if you were being preceded by some invisible battering ram. So effective is your skill that you gain ground on your fleeing enemy. As you pass through a copse of toa trees, you hear the sound. How the fuck do I know what the trees are on this alien planet? You hear the sound. I mean, that's like next level arborist shit right there. Hashtag alien arborist. You hear the sound of running water away to your left. The tracks turn in this direction and you follow them all the way to the banks of a fast-flowing watercourse. Less than 50 yards downstream, there is a primitive settlement of huts that form an untidy line along the banks of the stream. You catch sight of Wolfsbane as he runs into this settlement and hides in the nearest hut, a mud-walled hovel with a clay tile roof. Alright, so he hides in a hut. Do I want to stay in the jungle and observe, or continue my pursuit? Let's observe. From the cover of a leafy bush, you observe the primitive settlement for several minutes. And I get hungry, so I've got to use Grand Hunt Mastery to eat, no problem. But as time ticks by, you become increasingly restless. The hut into which your enemy ran is a small, single-roomed hovel, yet you can detect no movement within it. Prompted by a gnawing fear that you may have allowed Wolfsbane to escape, you move closer to the settlement under cover of the thick jungle foliage. Maybe he created a... Well, we know he can create portals, right? So yeah, he could escape any fucking time he wants. Alright, see you when you get back, Boss Pie. I mean, dude can just make shadow gates when he feels like it. Warily, you approach the settlement, your keen senses absorbing every detail. The line of deserted mud huts looks innocuous, but the words of the voice of Nar still linger in your memory. This humid jungle realm lies within his domain. It is therefore reasonable to expect the inhabitants of this place to be wholly devoted to the cause of evil. You reach the edge of the undergrowth and pause to assess potential threats. The huts are semi-derelict, all bearing some signs of neglect and decay. The clay-tiled hovel that Wolfsbane entered appears to be empty, but when you focus upon its open doorway, you see what appears to be a trench cut into the earth. You magnify your vision, and at once you see steps in the wall of this excavation. Your heart sinks. Wolfsbane has escaped underground, and Lone Wolf hates going underground. There could be wooden platforms or portals to the Shadow Realm or something there. I'm going to investigate the hut to check for traps. Always check for traps. You approach the hut and crouch down beside its mud wall, close to its open door. Your senses detect no glyphs or other traps here, and there are no residues of magical energy that might betray the presence of illusions or shielding spells. However, your Kai senses do detect a strong aura of evil lingering at the rear of the hut, close to the water's edge. You move around to the rear of this hovel and discover that the bank is deeply undercut, where the soft earth has been eroded by the fast-flowing stream. Standing in a line in the shadow of the undercut are a dozen wooden cages, each containing a fleshless skeleton. A shiver runs down your spine as your Magnikai discipline of divination detects the lingering agonies of these luckless victims. They suffered cruelly at the hands of the natives of this settlement, before death finally ended their torment. The shock of your discovery is unnerving. Lose 1 endurance point. I took damage from being so shocked. Lone Wolf just threw up in his mouth a little bit. You leave the stream and return to the front of the hut. Inside the open doorway, you discover several fruits stacked in mounds on a mat of woven rushes. Somewhat to your surprise, your senses reveal that they are nutritious and safe to eat. Sufficient fruits for 3 meals. No thanks. Wary of further delay, you approach the trench at the center of the hut and descend a flight of steps that lead down to an underground tunnel. You can detect no traps, yet you have gone only a few yards along this narrow passageway when you hear the terrifying roar of a large cat. With an abruptness that takes your breath away, a huge tiger-like beast comes bounding from out of the darkness ahead. So sudden and unexpected is this creature's attack that you only just have time in which to unsheath a hand weapon as it hurls itself upon you. A Rajaz. I gotta fight a Rajaz, and it's immune... but not Sky Surge, which is great. So I still get to -4 its combat skill, which will make this fairly easy. Fighting a Rajaz. Ba-boom. Ba-boom. Prepare to get racked. Here we go. Round 1, 61-41. One-shotted! Again. Nice. Is it nice? It's nice. Yeah. I'm 2 for 2 on the one-shots this book. Your killing blow fells this feline horror, bringing it crashing nose first to the dirt floor. The body of the beast almost blocks the passageway, forcing you to clamber over it in order to reach the other side. You are struggling across its still warm carcass when you notice a thick leather collar buckled around its throat. Affixed to the buckle is a curious black clasp. If you wish to take this clasp, record it on your action chart as a special item which you carry in the pocket of your tunic. Yeah, I'll take a black clasp. Once you go black clasp, you won't go back clasp. What? That doesn't even make sense. At the end of the passage, you discover another tunnel that leads off to the left. The walls and ceiling of this adjacent passageway are dripping wet, indicating that it passes directly under the stream. You stride along its narrow confines, your shoulders grazing the muddy walls as you advance up a flight of steps which lead to an archway supported by thick wooden beams. Beyond the arch lies a large subterranean chamber that is daubed and decorated with runes and evil insignia. It is a primitive temple, and it radiates an aura of evil, so vile and malicious that the thought of entering makes your skin crawl. There's been a lot of auras of evil in this book. On the far side of this unholy place, you see a stone altar standing before a huge boulder that has been crudely chiseled to resemble a grinning human skull. That's creepy. An eerie green glow pulsates from the eye sockets of this great skull rock, and a mist swirls from its open jaw. Wolf's Bane stands before the altar, an arrogant sneer spreading slowly across his face.
I'd expected better sport from you, Lone Wolf,
he chides.
You disappoint me, but no matter. Such easy triumph proves the worthiness of my master's cause. I bid you farewell, Lone Wolf. A final farewell.
And with these chilling words ringing in your ears, your enemy stretches out both of his hands and takes hold of two iron staves that protrude from the ground on either side of the skull rock's jaw. He jerks them out of their settings and casts them into the center of the temple. Then, with a patronizing salute, he turns and enters the open jaw, swiftly disappearing into the swirling mist. The dull boom of an explosion somewhere in the rock above the ceiling makes your heart miss a beat. Moments later, the walls begin to shake, and the floor shudders violently beneath your feet, throwing you off balance. Rock and earth cascade from the roof, and fissures tear open the ground. With fear running ice-cold in your veins, you begin a desperate race to reach the mouth of the skull rock before the entire roof collapses and you are buried alive in this doomed temple. Lone Wolf hates being buried alive. 3 or less is instant death, I guarantee you. Alright, random number, I get to add 2 to Grand Hunt Mastery. I get to add ranks above Sun Knight, add 1. Sun Knight 1, 2, 3, 4. So I get to add 6. This is also probably a very bad result. This is good. This is like unscathed. So I get to add 6. Let's roll a 4 or higher. That'd be great. No whammies. Boom. Ah, of course I got a 2. Yeah, that's awesome. So I get to go to the 7 to 9 one though, which is probably not that bad. I'm guessing lose 3 endurance. I got it wrong. Slightly. Guided by your Kai mastery, you successfully avoid the tumbling debris until you reach the base of the skull rock. Here you are struck by a falling boulder which clips your left shoulder and leaves you sprawled on the floor. Lose 4 endurance points. Your arm may be injured, but your spirit refuses to give up. Cradling your injured arm, you stagger to your feet and hurry through the misty opening. Barely seconds later, there is a tremendous explosion, and the entire temple ceiling caves in. In addition To the endurance points lost, you soon discover that you have also lost one backpack item. Delete from your action chart the third item you have recorded on your list of backpack items. Well, that's some bullshit. That's where they would have got me my blanket right there, or my towel. If I'd had a towel or a blanket, they would have fucking took it from me right there. My rope. Of course it's my rope. It couldn't be one of these useless ass meals. I lost my rope. So be it. The moment you enter the mouth of the Skull Rock, you are engulfed by a dense fog that is icy cold and impenetrable to your sight and senses. The thunderous noise of the temple's destruction ends abruptly, as if a great door has suddenly been closed upon it. You strain your Kai skills to aid your pursuit of Wolf's Bane, but to no avail. The ivory-white fog hides everything, swamping and distorting your sense of time and direction. You keep moving, forcing yourself onwards, even though the surface beneath your feet has become viscous and uncertain. After what seems like an eternity spent wandering through this cloudy limbo, you gradually feel the ground hardening and sense that the impenetrable fog is beginning to dissipate. Patches of gray appear in the creamy whiteness. Then the fog dissolves completely, and you find yourself standing in the middle of a rubble-strewn street, surrounded by the bleak and derelict remains of a decaying alien city. It is the dead of night, and a fine drizzle falls from a storm-laden sky, dampening this dreary landscape. Everywhere you look, you see the hollow shells of buildings. They are heaped with mounds of broken stone, twisted rusty iron, and shattered glass. There are no trees, no blades of grass, no animals here. Everything is cold, gray, and dead. So, it's not a happy place, is what I'm getting. You examine the paved surface of the street and detect your enemy footprints. They are fresh, and they lead you to a small courtyard flanked by two buildings, a large municipal hall and a smaller two-story dwelling. Wolfbane's tracks end in the middle of the wet courtyard, and you sense that they have been deliberately erased. Despite your advanced hunting skills, you are unable to determine into which building your enemy has escaped. Oh man, which building do we choose? Municipal hall or two-story dwelling? It's hard to decide. Well, Municipal Hall sounds a little more interesting. I'm thinking we check that out. Alien Municipal Hall? I mean, come on. The once grand doors of this hall no longer hang upon their hinges. They have been torn down and now lie twisted and rusted together, partially blocking the entrance. After checking to make sure that your adversary has not left any unwelcome surprises, you clamber over these ruined doors and begin a cautious exploration of the hall's gloomy interior. The cavernous ground floor was long ago gutted by fire. All that remains of its contents now lie buried beneath blackened timbers and twisted iron beams. Metal chains hang in festoons from the buckled roof girders, dripping icicles of rust. They sway and squeal eerily in the wind, sending shivers coursing down your spine. You detect nothing of interest in the debris and are about to abandon your search when suddenly you hear something unexpected. A dull thump. The sound came from below the ground. Drawing upon your Magna Chi hunting skills, you peer through a hole in the ruined floor and detect something large and warm-blooded. It is moving away, towards the rear of the hall's cellar level. Nox Moon, nice! Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy reference. Good shit. Reading the bulletin board in the municipal hall, you see strange messages about a hyperspace bypass being built in this section of the galaxy. The fucking Vogons are showing up to destroy the planet. Alright. I'm going to investigate because I always investigate. Always. Always. Carefully, you lower yourself through the hole and drop silently to the floor of the cellar beneath. You remain crouched where you land, not daring to move a muscle until you have scoured the darkness for any potential threat to your life. You detect an area of warmth radiating from behind a stack of rotting timbers, and slowly you inch towards it, your weapon drawn in readiness to strike. You have moved to within a few yards of the timber pile, and feel confident that you have tracked down your enemy. "Come out, Wolf's Bane!" you shout. "Don't hide from me like some cowardly dog!" You sense movement and draw back your weapon in anticipation of your enemy's imminent attack. Then a loud, inhuman, blood-curdling howl issues from behind the pile of timber, and in a terrifying moment, your confidence is shattered. The enemy confronting you is not Wolf's Bane. You glimpse the shadowy blur of a huge black shape rising up from behind the timbers. Fangs gleam momentarily in the gloom as it opens its cavernous maw, and then, in the blink of an eye, it leaps over the pile and falls upon you. It's a Kataka, whatever that is. So it's a huge black shadowy shape called a Kataka. I'm not really concerned. That combat skill is not impressing me. It's immune to all forms of a psychic attack except Kai Surge, which I have. So really its combat skill is going to be well, I don't even need to reduce it because it's already more than 11 below mine, and that's the max difference you can have, so it doesn't matter. I will, though, just for the lulz, because, you know. Alright, boom. No, you know what? I'm not going to, because I can have the pride of saying, oh, I beat that thing without Kai Surge. I didn't even use Kai Surge, lol. Alright, let's do this. I have 60, he has 40, round 1, go. One shot? No. He actually hurt me a little bit. It actually hurt me a little bit. 59-24, go. There we go, there's my one shot. I mean, it took 2 shots to one shot, so it's not really a one shot, but you know what I mean. Insta-kill result. 59. I'll take it. Turn to 333, 333. There was this cab company, I think in Reno. Might have been in Denver, but I think it's in Reno. They used to have these advertisements on town TV or on the radio or both, I don't remember, where they had this little jingle because their phone number is 333-333333. So it'd be like 333-3333 something 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 cab company. I don't remember it perfectly because it was a long time ago, but anyway. That was a very uninteresting story I just told. I'm sorry for wasting everyone's time. As you pull yourself from under the creature's body, your hand brushes against a collar of steel that is fixed tightly around its muscular neck. Attached to this collar is a thin disc of iron, engraved with runic symbols. Of course I want to keep the iron disc. Of course I do. Iron disc. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I can carry one more because you can have 12. Iron disc. You are now anxious to leave this place in case of the creature's death cry has alerted others of its kind. By way of an iron staircase, you leave this cellar and emerge through a trapdoor into a street adjacent to the hall. Once outside, you focus your tracking skills and attempt to pick up your enemy's trail. You have a feeling that he may have doubled back on his tracks, and so you retrace your steps to the street where you first appeared in this alien city. As you were nearing this place, you suddenly hear the ringing metallic clang of an iron girder falling from a height. Very distinctive noise. Couldn't just be anything clanging. No, it specifically has the sound of an iron girder falling. Because we're all really familiar with that sound. How many times do we hear iron girders fall? I mean, you know that sound by heart, basically. The noise echoes from an alleyway off to your right, and immediately you go to investigate. Yeah, I do. At the end of the alley, you discover a derelict warehouse. Fire has ravaged its interior, and much of the roof has caved in, but amongst the debris you can see that it once stored metal cylinders and coils of wire. You stop at the entrance and listen. Your caution is rewarded when you hear footsteps at the rear of the building. You draw your weapon and enter, using the debris for cover as you inch your way towards the back of the ruined warehouse. You are moving between cover when suddenly you see the outline of a human form silhouetted against a broken window. Instantly you know that it is not Wolf's Bane. This figure is clad in gray, close-fitting armor and is holding a metallic spear. The realization makes you hesitate, and in that split second of indecision, the armored figure sees you and raises its spear. A blinding flame ignites at its tip, and a beam of white-hot light comes speeding towards your chest. Wow. Shoots like a laser beam out of its spear at me. Alright, picking a number. I do have Grand Passmanship, so I will add 3. This is probably instant death. No, it's probably not instant death here. It's probably just hurt you bad. I add 3, so let me roll a 3 or higher, please. No whammies. I got a 5! Yay, I actually get to go to the best result this time. You throw yourself to the ground, and the beam of blazing white light passes within inches of your head, close enough to scorch the hood of your cloak. The moment you hit the warehouse floor, you roll over and scramble for the nearest cover, a heavy iron chest, banded and riveted with steel. The warrior follows your swift movement and looses a second beam from his spear, which slams into the iron chest with stunning force. You gasp with horror as you see the side of the chest bulging towards your face. Its thick rivets tremble, and its age-blackened skin smolders with a sullen heat. Instinct takes over, making you roll away from the iron chest and seek cover elsewhere. As you move, the beam of light tears through the rear of the iron box and destroys the ground where, only moments before, your face had been. You call upon all of your camouflage skills to mask your body as you hurriedly seek a way to escape from this warrior and his sorcerous weapon. You reach the base of a large steel tank and scramble up a ladder fixed to its side. The top of the tank is stacked high with coiled ropes, and you force yourself in amongst them. A few moments later, you watch the warrior approach the smoldering remains of the iron chest. He is close enough now for you to see that his weapon is attached by a length of steel cable to a canister strapped to his back. Really? So it's not magic, it's some kind of, like, mechanical or chemical device. I have a bow, but I don't have magi magic. So I gotta turn to 156 like a loser. With bated breath, you watch as the warrior kicks the smoldering remains of the iron chest. He scans the warehouse, the visor of his helmet pulsing a dull crimson glow as he tries to locate where you are hiding. Unable to find you, he cradles his weapon and begins a systematic search of the building. As he passes beneath the storage tank, you seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. You leap onto his back and bring him crashing to the ground. However, you soon discover that he is an exceptionally strong opponent, and your advantage of surprise is quickly lost. He draws his power from the armor he wears, and you are hard-pressed to maintain your hold on his neck as he wrestles to break free. Then another warrior appears at the rear of the building. He too is armed with a magical spear. He aims this weapon at you, and a flash of light erupts from its tip. Pick a number from the random number table. If your endurance is 12 or less, deduct 2. So this right here is definitely insta-death. 0 or less, yeah, that's your doom. But I don't have to deduct anything, so as long as I don't roll a 0, I should be fine. Do not roll a 0 right now. Okay, I got a 9. I super did it. You release your grip of your enemy and roll away from him. Moments later, the beam from his comrade's weapon hits his side and erupts through the back of his armor. The force of the impact lifts him bodily from the floor and hurls him into a pile of rusty cylinders, bringing them crashing down to bury him. Shocked and angry at having accidentally killed his confederate, the newly arrived warrior rushes forward. He is determined to find and finish you once and for all, but his anger and his armor put him at a disadvantage. He fails to see where you have gone, and under cover of the smoke and debris, you manage to circle around behind him without being seen. Here we go with fucking Kai Alchemy again. Man, they've been throwing Kai Alchemy at me left and right since I chose not to take it. So basically these guys have power armor. And friendly fire is apparently enabled because he just aced his own dude, which is always fun. So, I don't possess it. Let's turn to 349. The warrior skids to a halt and stares down in disbelief at the legs of his slain comrade that protrude from beneath the fallen cylinders. You seize the chance to attack, and you move up behind him and leap onto his undefended back. Lone Wolf has some experience with this. Attacking dudes from behind when they can't defend themselves. He fights tenaciously to free himself, but his struggle ends abruptly when you rip a steel cable from the canister that is strapped to his back. There is a dull boom, and an eruption of blue-white flame shoots from the top of the canister, burning open the back of his helm. The force of this blast hurls him forwards, and leaves him sprawled across the cylinders that cover his slain comrade. For a few seconds, a spidery net of pulsating light enshrouds the two lifeless warriors. Then it crackles and disappears, leaving behind an acrid stench of scorched metal and roasted meat. That's not a good smell. Not a good smell. Alright. Turning to 21 then. Do I want to take his fucking flamethrower laser spear gun thing? Yes, I do. Cautiously, you approach the slain warriors. You are eager to examine their strange armor, and you are particularly curious about the light-emitting spears they wielded. Weapons such as these could prove useful in your fight against Wolf's Bane. However, on examining these steely shafts, you discover that they are now useless. The source of their power was contained in the canisters strapped to the warriors' backs, a power that is now depleted. When you prise open a helmet and breastplate, you discover a thin, pale-skinned humanoid within. His bone structure and muscularity is surprisingly weak for a warrior, prompting you to suspect that he must have relied heavily on his power-fed armor for strength and protection. This sallow-faced soldier has a lean and brutal appearance, a look which resembles that of an emaciated Drakkar. Then you check the other one and you discover to your shock that it's Blazer! Blazer was one of the warriors. No, it's not Blazer, but it wouldn't be surprising if it was. After having satisfied yourself that there is nothing wrong, nothing worth salvaging from the bodies of these two slain enemies, you make a cursory check of your own equipment. You are hungry, and unless you possess the discipline of Grand Hunt Mastery, you must now eat a meal, or lose 3 endurance points. Well, guess what? I have Grand Hunt Mastery. Having satisfied your curiosity and your appetite, you hurry out of this derelict warehouse by a rear door and continue your hunt for Wolf's Bane's trail. The rear of the warehouse opens onto a wasteland of shattered rubble, which is bisected by a dead stream of salty, acidic water. You trudge across this bleak and forbidding landscape, past sharp spires of crimson and jet that erupt through the dereliction to scratch the cloudy sky. Rust-red water encircles their bases, lending them a wholly sinister aspect. To your eyes, it seems as if this blighted city has been impaled upon these cruel, towering spikes. Impaled city. Has a nice ring to it. Not really. Beyond the spires, you discover a paved street, almost clear of debris. You find several sets of footprints here, and your hopes are raised when you determine that one set belongs to Wolf's Bane. You follow them to a gutted building, several stories high, which is adorned with strangely angular gargoyles. The inside of this crumbling edifice is completely empty, and your adversary's trail passes through it to a rear exit. As you emerge on the far side, you catch your first breathtaking glimpse of this grim city's tallest structure. If it's the tallest thing in the city, how did I not see it sticking up behind this building? And no illustration. Fuck this thing. Before you stands a great tower of gleaming black stone, which rises from the depths of a fathomless moat, and soars to within 100 feet of the stormy gray clouds. Its pitted surface bristles with metal discs and antennae, streaked with rust, yet there are few windows and you can see but one portal. You magnify your vision and note that your adversary's tracks lead to a traffic-worn area on this side of the moat, directly opposite the portal. You watch this area for several minutes, and then you see two armor-clad warriors emerge from the ruins and approach it. Suddenly, a semi-transparent drawbridge extends from beneath the portal. It resembles a flattened beam of solid green-gray light, and this beam bridges the moat and provides the two warriors with the means to reach the open door. Cool! Hard light bridges like in Portal 2. That's pretty awesome. How did they activate it, though? Just by walking up to it? You scan the great tower with your senses, and you feel sure that your opponent is lurking somewhere within. Powerless to reach him, you can only stand and watch the two warriors as they cross the moat and disappear into the portal, which slides shut behind them. At first glance, this stronghold looks to be impregnable, but you have gained access to far tougher fortresses in the past, and you refuse to allow your spirits to be dampened by the daunting task of finding a way into this one. For 2 hours, you observe the tower. During this time, you sense that an invisible field of energy surrounds the wall, a defense that complements the terrifyingly deep moat. Okay, hold on. How can I tell how deep the moat is just by looking at it from here? I mean, I would have no fucking clue how deep the moat is. Oh wait, I have Kai senses that let me just sense all kinds of random shit sometimes. Got it. This force field disappears only when the portal opens, and the drawbridge extends to allow for the arrival or departure of armored warriors, or strange horseless wagons that hover a few feet from the ground. But in the main, the great door remains firmly closed. You notice that the sparse traffic of warriors and wagons passes along one avenue. It is the only thoroughfare approaching the tower which has been cleared of debris. It is an uncomfortable vigil, but the time you spend observing the tower is rewarded when a bold plan gradually takes form in your mind. You assess that an entry to the tower could be effected by two means. If you were able to ambush a warrior and use his armor as a disguise... Look, I already just killed two warriors and their armor's laying back there. Of course, their armor is both damaged by explosions and shit, so never mind. Or if you were able to stow away aboard one of the wagons approaching the moat. Okay, what's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Well, okay, pros and cons. If I try to disguise myself, I might get challenged and might have to try to talk to somebody and pretend to be one of these things, and that could be disastrous. If I try to stow away, they could search it and find, and that could be disastrous. So really, either way has its big risk. So we just have to pick one. I like ambush an armored warrior better than stow away on the hover wagon, so let's do this. You make your way towards the avenue and select an ideal place from where you can launch an ambush. 20 minutes tick by before you see two armored humanoids approaching. One walks several paces behind the other, but both are on their way towards the tower. At first you are discouraged that there are two, fearing that an ambush will be harder to effect. But as they draw closer, you note that neither appears to be carrying weapons. You let the first warrior pass, and then you strike the second one, dragging him off the street and into the dark alley where you have been lying in wait. A sharp blow beneath the chin guard of his helmet renders him unconscious, and swiftly you begin to strip away his armor. All is going to plan until a scraping noise behind alerts you to trouble. His companion has noticed that he is alone and has retraced his steps to investigate the sudden disappearance of his brother-in-arms. You are holding an armored breastplate in both hands when he comes striding into the alley. You hurl it at him, hoping to buy yourself a few precious seconds in which you can unsheathe your weapon, but the warrior bats it aside and attempts to close his hands around your throat. Wait, this guy's seriously trying to just, like, melee me with no weapons? So that's what the power armor looks like, huh? That is a strange-looking helmet. I wonder what these things look like underneath. Oh, we just read about what they look like underneath. They look kind of like Dracarum, but skinnier. Alright. He's batting the shield away. We have to fight a manoid with power gloves. Well, I laugh at his 40 combat skill. Manoid. Nice, that's a great name. These guys are so manly. Wait, I can't use my weapon either because he doesn't have a weapon? What the fuck? Unless you possess Grand Weapon Mastery and have attained the rank of Grand Crown. Actually, I do! I just got Grand Weapon Mastery, thank you. I have to reduce your combat skill by 4 for the duration of this fight. Note 17. So I'm fighting with no weapon, essentially. What that means is I get the +3 for the Grand Crown thing, but I don't get all the other plus that I normally get to my, like the +8 for the Samra Sword and +5 for the Mastery. So I go down to 2 +3, I go down to 5. So I lose 10 combat skill here. Which isn't great. But it doesn't say he's immune to Kai Surge. So basically I'm going to add 10 combat skill to him. But then I'm going to take 4 off for Kai Surge. So what that means is I'm going to add 6 combat skill to him, so he's going to have a 46. So I'm still gonna kick his ass. $62 and $40, go. As I'm punching this dude to death. One-shotted without my weapon. Fucking just punched that dude in the throat so fucking hard. Yes. One-shotted with my fist. Suck it. You drag the body of the dead manoid, it's a great name, into the ruins of a house and cover it with rubble. Then you put on the armor, which you have stripped from the unconscious manoid, and lower the visor of the helmet to hide your face. A black haversack taken from the warrior provides you with a convenient means to hide your own weapons, equipment, and cloak. That is a really big haversack. It's gonna hide my bow and my somber sword and all my shit. After checking that the avenue is clear, you emerge from the alley and stride boldly towards the tower. On reaching the edge of this wind-swept canyon, you hear the distant clang of a bell and watch as the drawbridge extends from beneath the portal to span the chasm. You march across, trying not to look down through this semi-transparent bridge to the dark floor of the moat that lies thousands of feet below. Wow, that's a deep moat. Thousands. Even if it's only 2,000, that's a ludicrously deep moat. And enter the tower's great portal. Okay. Let's enter this portal, shall we? The great portal closes behind you with little noise, save the serpent-like hiss of escaping air. Inside, a cavernous plaza awaits you, crafted entirely of steel, glass, silver, and iron. Towering girders arc over your head, buttressed upon each other to support the many upper levels of this stupendous edifice. The plaza is vast and alien in design, and it is virtually deserted. You count no more than 6 armor warriors, some so far distant that you have to magnify your vision to be sure that they are what they seem to be. Your arrival goes unchallenged, and you waste no time in attempting to locate your adversary's trail. As expected, you find traces of his tracks close to the portal. They lead you to an archway which opens into a steel-lined chamber that has 2 exits, one to the left and the other to the right. Here the tracks become indistinct and you are unable to determine which way Wolfsbane went from here. We gotta go left. We gotta go left. Left is best. Left. This exit leads to an echoing tunnel constructed from sheeted steel. Its walls and ceiling are lined with iron pipes and braided copper cables for most of its length. You follow this passage for several hundred yards before arriving at another which crosses it from left to right. Okay. Interesting. I do have Telenosis and I'm past Grand Thane, so let's do it up on 73. Your advanced Kai mastery reveals to you that a hoard of precious platinum is stored in a chamber at the end of the left corridor. Let's go left corridor. Always gotta go left. Left it is. This passage ends at a door crafted from sheeted silver, inset with circles of iron. It has no handle, and there appears to be no lock. You try pushing against it, but to no avail. It refuses to open. Then you notice a small slit cut into the frame of the door, and when you run your fingers across it, you detect the telltale vibrations of an electrical lock. I do have an iron disc. Iron disc. Let's do this. You insert the iron disc and the portal slides open to reveal an impressive sight. The chamber beyond is stacked to the ceiling with coils of wire and solid bars made of pure platinum. These items are worth a vast fortune on your home world of Magnamund. Takes up 2 backpack spaces, huh, if I want a platinum ingot? I mean, I probably will never actually need a platinum ingot for anything, but... yeah. Okay. Platinum ingot. 'Cause why not? As you leave the chamber, the portal slides shut, and your iron disc emerges from the slot. You take the disc and slip it back into your pocket as you retrace your steps to the junction. On arriving there, you continue ahead and begin your exploration of this new passageway. The passage ascends by a slope to a chamber that is lined with sheets of a glassy, jet-black mineral. This is like obsidian? A flight of iron steps ascends from here to a landing, where a circular stair continues the ascent to the levels above. On a shelf beside the opening to the circular stairway, there is a steel cage containing a small primate. It reminds you of the Kakarmi, the wild primates who inhabit the forests around the Kai Monastery. This creature seems to recognize you, and as you approach the stairs, it begins to shriek with fear. Rather than risk drawing unwanted attention to yourself, you use your innate skills of animal control to calm and subdue the frightened creature. Do I want to release it from its cage? Seems like a bad idea, but I'm going to anyway, because it sounds interesting. You open the cage door and command the creature to jump onto your outstretched arm. At which point I find out it's a Sumatran rat monkey like in Dead Alive, and it starts the zombie apocalypse. Oops, my bad. Well, at least it's not on my planet. You are hoping to be able to use it as a guide to help you find Wolfsbane, but the primate does not cooperate as expected. It is deeply confused. It thinks that you are Wolfsbane. Oh, that's why it was afraid of me. And adamantly, it refuses to leave its cage. You detect that it has suffered cruelly at the hands of the imposter, and this sudden realization serves to strengthen your determination to find and defeat him. You take one last look at the pitiful creature before closing the cage door and continuing your exploration of the tower by way of the circular stairs. Fucking Wolfsbane is into animal cruelty as well? What a fucker. I'm gonna kill this guy. As you climb the stairs, you are filled with a growing sense of uncertainty and dread as you ponder what may yet await you in this alien tower. However, these feelings of impending doom are quickly banished when you reach the third level, for here you pick up the trail of your adversary. Your tracking skills determine that his trail is fresh, and you pursue it eagerly. You pass through a maze of empty passageways which lead eventually to a large circular hall. Cautiously, you approach the entrance and peer inside. Your tracking skills and your curiosity are handsomely rewarded when you see Wolfsbane. He is standing alone, and he is unaware that you have found him. Okay. So maybe I can sneak up and sizznack him. I doubt it, though. 100, here we go. You are eager to confront your enemy, but you are wary of walking into a trap. At first glance, he appears to be alone in this circular hall, but then you notice something curious about the hall itself. At the 4 points of the compass, there are rails attached to the walls. Small horizontal platforms are attached to these rails, and they move among them in a continuous procession. At the north and the south, these platforms ascend through holes in the ceiling. At the west and east, the platforms descend through similar holes and continue through other holes cut in the floor. You suspect them to be elevators, and your suspicions are confirmed when suddenly an armored warrior appears. He is standing on a descending platform, and he passes through the hall and continues traveling downwards to a level somewhere below. Wolfsbane is standing with his back to you, and is examining a panel of glass set into the chamber wall. You magnify your vision, and you see that the panel displays an illuminated view of the avenue that approaches the tower. Your adversary is watching and waiting for your approach. Clearly, he is unaware that you have already gained access to the tower. Suddenly, something alerts him to your presence, and he spins on his heel, his dark eyes blazing with a mixture of fear and loathing. I think in his book that he's reading, which is just called Lone Wolf, it just asked him, do you have telenosis? Do you possess the evil Nar Lord discipline of evil telenosis? And he was like, yes, and then that's what alerted him. Suddenly I have hiccups. What the fuck? He sees you at the entrance to the hall, and immediately he leaps upon a rising north platform in an attempt to escape from you. Determined not to let him get away again, you enter the hall and jump onto a rising south platform. As the platform passes through the ceiling of the hall, it carries you up a tall, open shaft. Wolf's Bane is on the far side of the shaft wall, some 20 feet above. You can... Seriously? With the hookups? Okay. Held my breath a little bit there. Hopefully that made the hiccups go away. So... you can see his face peering over the lip of the platform on which he is standing. He mouths something that you suspect is a curse, but then he points at you with an extended hand, and a crackling arc of crimson fire leaps from his fingers and comes twisting down the shaft towards your face. I do possess the Somber Sword. Let's bust it out. Now it gets serious. You draw your divine blade, and a radiant halo of golden flame caresses its razor-sharp edge. You raise the sword above your head and then strike out at the leading point of the approaching firebolt. There is a tremendous splash of fiery sparks as you connect with the bolt and send it arcing away to explode harmlessly against the wall of the shaft. The Somber Sword absorbs some of the energy of the firebolt, which it transfers to you through its hilt. Restore 3 endurance points. Well, I don't need it because I'm at full, but that's pretty rad. As your enemy's platform passes through the next level of the tower, he leaps off and disappears from view. A few moments later, when your platform reaches this level, Wolf's Bane is nowhere to be seen. You step into the circular chamber and cast your eyes around its bare metallic surfaces. There is only one exit from here, a narrow tunnel in the north wall. Quickly, you enter this tunnel and discover footprints in the dust which blankets the floor. You follow the tracks, but they soon fade and then disappear completely. You stop to examine the floor, and your tracking skills tell you that your adversary is deliberately masking his trail. Determined not to give up the pursuit, you break into a run and hurry along this tunnel to where it makes a sharp turn to the left. What you see filling the corridor ahead brings you skidding to a halt. See, this is where they should have done a mini cliffhanger. The way is blocked by a crisscross tangle of thick, gluey strands, which are anchored to the floor, walls, and ceiling. You sense that Wolf's Bane has cast this magical net to ensnare and delay you while he makes good his escape. So he just cast a web spell. Somber Sword, Kai Alchemy, Grand Weapon Mastery, and Sunlord and have a bladed weapon. Well, I have the Somber Sword, so you can just do it easy mode there. What does Grand Mastery plus Sunlord do? Oh, you can cause your weapon to ignite and burn fiercely. That's right. That's cool. Could use that here if I didn't have the Somber Sword. But whatevs. Overpowered magical sword, go. Vigorously you attack the sticky strands of the net with your magical sword, cleaving through them with unexpected ease. They shrivel at the touch of your golden blade and drop in smoldering heaps onto the floor of the tunnel. Within a matter of seconds you have cut your way through and are able to continue your pursuit. Alright, that was easy enough. Beyond the net you rediscover your opponent's tracks. They lead you to an unlit storage chamber containing dozens of iron canisters and large steel crates. Using your ability to see in the dark, you follow his footprints as they wend their way around these obstacles and trail off towards a distant door. But before you reach the door, you are brought to an abrupt halt by a strange sound, a whirring mechanical growl. Instinctively, you look over your shoulder in the direction of the noise and freeze with shock the moment you catch sight of the creature that is moving slowly towards your back. There's a mini cliffhanger. What is the scary creature? We'll find out at 199. The first thing you see is the creature's eyes. Like two strips of molten sulfur, they radiate a cold yellow light. Then you glimpse the outline of its angular shoulders, its square snout, and its gleaming steel forelegs. Oily drool hangs from an iron jaw which is set with jagged blades. As this shocking jaw widens, you hear the whir of metal cogs and gears. So there's some sort of, like, crazy automatons. You can be fearless in the face of foes of flesh and blood. Face of foes of flesh, nice. Fearless. Fearless face of foes of flesh. But this steel wolf strikes terror in your heart. You turn and flee towards the distant door, praying that it will lead to a safe haven from this bloodless beast, but you reach it only to discover that it is locked. You know, Lone Wolf gets scared a lot. Surprisingly, considering he's like one of the most powerful fucking warriors in the world. He might be the most powerful warrior in the whole world of Magnamund, honestly. And he's fucking killed all kinds of Dark Lords and everything. He gets scared of shit a lot. Alright, you reach it only to discover that it is locked. Frantically, you search for a bolt or a keyhole, but there are none. Then you locate two squares of opaque crimson gemstones set into the wall. The squares are like those you encountered at the entrance to the Temple of Avaros. Yet these differ in one important respect. They are separated by a small slot. Man, that iron disc is coming in handy. Yes, I do have an iron disc, and I'm going to use it again. What if I don't? Can I stop and fight the fucking automaton? Because that'd be cool. No, I'll use the iron disc. Now you can hear the creature loping towards you. The squeal of its metal joints merges with the whirring clack of its great iron jaw. The sound unnerves you, and for a terrifying moment, your sweat-slick fingers cannot grip the disc in your tunic pocket. Then you have it, and quickly you insert it into the slot in the wall. The door opens with a hiss. You rush forward and immediately sidestep to place a solid wall between you and the steel monster. The door slides shut, and, a few moments later, you feel a shudder run through the wall as the creature slams headfirst into the portal and shatters its skull. Okay, hold up. This thing's steel skull is so weak that it can shatter just by running into the fucking door? And I was scared of it? Your swift escape may have saved your life, but in your haste to evade the mechanical wolf, you left behind the key which opened the portal. So I have to erase the iron disc. It's fine. It served its purpose. Iron disc, you will be missed. Hashtag remember the disc. Let's keep going. The steel walls of the room you have entered are sheened with ice. Several tall glass canisters stand in a circle at the center of this frigid chamber, connected to one another with pipes and coils of copper cable. Coils of copper cable. Huh? I like alliteration whenever it pops up. I don't know why. It just always makes me happy. Their liquid contents bubble and seethe and appear to be boiling, despite the freezing air temperature. You walk around them, mesmerized by the strange beauty of the roiling, multicolored fluids. Then you sense imminent danger somewhere to your right, and instantly you spin around to face it, your hand reaching reflexively to the weapon at your belt. You see a dark stairwell and a shadowy shape which is crouched near to the bottom steps. It is Wolf's Bane. He is clutching a bow and he has an arrow drawn, ready to fire. The instant you see him, he releases his bowstring and the tip of the arrow bursts into flames as it comes speeding towards your chest. Pick a random number. Deduct 2 if your endurance is 10 or less, which it's not. Add 2 for Grand Hunt Mastery. And I finally get to use this. I have been carting this thing around, this Jaden Amulet, forever, and I've never gotten to use its ability, and now I get to. I get to add +1 to this roll versus incoming missile fire against me. Jaden Amulet, ho! So, I get to add 3. This is instant death right here. Get to add 3. Let's get a 5 or higher, please. 5 or higher. Yeah, there's a 9! I laugh at his fucking arrow. I say, ha 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 ha, arrow. Okay, that's enough of that. Even with the best roll, I lose 2 endurance. Fuck. You leap aside to avoid the missile, yet it alters course in midair. Wow. That's handy. And clips your shoulder as you fall to the frost-encrusted floor. Lose 2 endurance points. I still have 60. I'm not worried. Quickly you scramble to your feet and look to see your opponent escaping up the darkened staircase. Calling upon your innate healing skills, you staunch the blood that is trickling freely from your wounded shoulder and hurry toward the stairs in pursuit of your hated foe. This guy is kind of an asshole. Fucking kiting bastard. You climb more than 200 steps before the staircase arrives at a short tunnel, which opens into a damp, cavernous hall. This huge chamber is partitioned into pens which house several giant dragonflies, similar to those you encountered when first you arrived on Avaros. High above, great oblong sections of the steel roof are open to the elements, and the bases of passing storm clouds are lit up by the glow from the hall's phosphorescent lighting. You scan the rain-swept pens for a sight of your adversary, and find him climbing upon the saddled back of a great crimson dragonfly. He urges the creature into the air, and it obeys with stunning swiftness. You watch as Wolf's Bane steers his winged mount once around the roof of the hall, and then, to your horror, you see him bring the creature to hover directly over your head. He shouts at you, but his words are lost in the buzz of the dragonfly's massive wings. Then he leans from the saddle and casts down a metallic box before urging his mount skywards. The box lands close by, bouncing once before coming to rest near your feet. Your heart pounds when you sense that it is a powerful time bomb. A panel on the side of this device contains several illuminated numerals that are blinking intermittently. You can see by the numbers remaining that you only have 30 seconds before the bomb detonates. Beep, 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 beep. A little bit of 24 action here. Alright. Do I want to defuse it? Or just get on a dragonflyer and get out of here before it explodes? Let's fucking defuse it. Why not? Sounds like fun. Turn to 177. 77, gotta love it. Gotta do it. Gotta do it. Defusing the bomb. Also. Boop. It's a puzzle, and if you fail, you fucking die. You pick up the ticking bomb and examine it carefully. Below the illuminated panel, which is counting down the seconds, you see 4 small windows which display a sequence of numbers. Beneath these windows are tiny buttons, which, when pressed, change the numbers that are displayed. The third window in the sequence is blank, and when you concentrate upon it, your Kai senses reveal to you that by keying in the missing number in the sequence, you will prevent the bomb from exploding. Study the following sequence of numbers carefully. When you think you know the solution, turn to the entry that is the same as your answer. Well, this is the easiest puzzle of all time. It's clearly just moving the decimal point one thing each time. So the answer is 130. It's 1.3, then 13, then 130, then 1300. That is ludicrously easy puzzle. I guess it must be, considering it's solve it or die. So, yeah, it's 130. The moment you key in the correct number, it activates the detonator lock and the bomb ceases to function. You wipe a trickle of sweat from your brow as you look at the illuminated display, for it shows that there were only 5 seconds to go before the bomb would have exploded. Carefully, you set the device down on the floor and then hurry to the nearest dragonfly pen, where you use your Magna Chi discipline of animal control to subdue its hostile occupant. The creature reluctantly submits to your will and allows you to climb upon its back. It has no saddle, and so you are forced to grip its scaly spine as you urge it skywards in pursuit of Wolf's Bane. As you emerge through the open steel roof of the tower, you catch a fleeting glimpse of the rain-swept city far below. Then, in the next instant, you plunge into the base of the thick black storm clouds which keep this alien city forever in shadow. Forever in shadow. So basically we're in Seattle. The moment you pass through the storm clouds, you enter a stratosphere that is bathed with magnificent light. Above the city's perpetual cloud layer lies a wondrous vista, an aerial realm that is calm and clear. The golden rays from 2 suns and the reflected light from 12 satellite moons combine to bathe the thunderheads with a panoply of color. That does sound like it would be really beautiful. You scan these heavens and see high above the dragonfly which is carrying Wolf's Bane. It is climbing towards a castle-like fortress that seems to rest upon a base of wispy cloud, defying gravity. Your enemy's flying mount enters the castle from below, passing through a gap in the underside of its cloudy base. Upon seeing his destination, you urge your own winged mount to follow in his wake. So there's a pretty cool illustration of a flying cloud castle. So he just runs into one fortress, and then he leaves and runs into another fortress. Was this guy ever going to stop and fight us? Seriously. You enter the clouds and pass through an open portal, like some massive trapdoor located in the belly of this mystical stronghold. Beyond the portal is a cavern of stone, vaulted and substantial like the dungeons of a great castle. There is no sign of your enemy, save for his mount, which is tethered to a wooden pier. You bring your dragonfly in to land upon this pier and then leap down from its back and examine the ground for tracks. You find what you are seeking, and they lead you to an archway that opens upon a landing where 3 tunnels lead off in different directions. However, to your dismay, you discover that Wolf's Bane has deliberately spoiled his tracks. His footprints lead to all 3 tunnels. North, east, or west? Well, I guess the question is, which way are we facing? If we're facing north, then the west tunnel would be left. And I think we're probably facing north. So I'm going to choose the west tunnel. West tunnel it is. The tunnel zigzags to the left and right for several hundred yards before it widens at the entrance to a long, low-ceilinged hall. The slabs of stone, which have so far paved the tunnel, end abruptly at the entrance to this chamber. The floor here appears to be made of a gritty brown soil that gives off a pungent, earthy aroma. You scan its surface, but you can see no tracks. It looks perfectly smooth. How can a gritty brown soil be perfectly smooth? Whatever. I don't have Kai Alchemy again. Here we go with the Kai Alchemy every damn time. Wolf's Bane is apparently Kai Alchemy. No, I don't have the thing. I'll turn to 48 in failure. The instant you set foot into the hall, your worst fears are realized. The floor is not solid, and quickly you sink up to your waist in a dry, foul-smelling quicksand. You spread your arms and legs to slow your rate of descent, but your action does little to help your situation. It seems the more you move, the quicker you sink. In desperation, you attempt to swim through this dry morass. Grand Hunt Mastery add 1. Grand Passmanship add 2. Okay, so I get to add 3. This is instant death. This kills you if you go to 158, I'm pretty sure. So I need to roll at least a 1. All I need to do is not roll a 0. I got this. Boom. Oh, they did it to me again! Again! That has happened several times before, where all I fucking needed to roll was not a 0, and I failed and rolled a 0 and got insta-death. I cannot believe that just happened again. What are the fucking odds? Oh, the odds are 10%, actually, is what the odds are. Alright, let's go to my insta-death. Despite your desperate action, you continue to sink further into this dry bog until the soil closes in over your head. You draw upon your Magna Chi discipline of Nexus to ease the pain in your aching lungs, but this simply prolongs your life for a further 15 minutes before the lack of air and the crushing weight of the morass combine to overwhelm you. Tragically, your life and your duel end here. So I thought I was going to get through this book with no deaths, I really did. But nope, I died. In some fucking quicksand. In a floating sky cloud castle. What are the odds of that? Let's roll again. That time I got a 5 and I survived. But chalk me down for one death in this book so far. Your Kai mastery skills and your sheer will to survive save you from succumbing to a grisly death in this morass. After an agonizing ordeal, you finally reach the door at the end of the hall and haul yourself through it. I haul into the hall. Aching with fatigue, lose 4 endurance points. You lie on the solid flagstones for several minutes until you regain sufficient strength to be able to continue your hunt for Wolf's Bane. You can feel a warm breeze wafting along this hall, and you sense that it comes from a stairwell at the far end. When you investigate it, you rediscover Wolf's Bane's footprints on the stone steps. You cast your hands over them and detect that this is not a false trail. Your enemy passed this way sometime within the last hour. Slowly you ascend the stairs and arrive at the arched entrance to a large vaulted stone chamber. Gathered around a fountain set into its north wall are a group of 6 gray-skinned humanoids. They are busy drinking a clear, oily fluid that pours from the fountain spout into a semicircular trough. All are barefoot and clad in rags, and they are each armed with a spear and a bow. The only exit from this chamber appears to be an archway set high in the north wall. There is a balcony in front of it that can only be reached by 2 flights of stairs which rise up on either side of the fountain. Quietly, you observe the creatures slaking their thirsts, and you try to formulate a way in which you can get past them and reach the balconied exit in the north wall. If I have a bow and magi magic, but I don't. If you have Kai alchemy, I don't. So let's see what kind of loser the ghetto choice I have to choose here to do things the most ineffective way possible. You detect that the fluid which the creatures are drinking is highly flammable. Armed with this knowledge, you realize that if you were able to set fire to the fluid in the trough, it would cause such a panic among the creatures that, in the ensuing chaos, you would very likely be able to reach the distant archway without being seen. But I don't have Kai alchemy. But couldn't I use my grand weapon mastery thing to make my arrow hot or something? I don't know. Maybe that's not good enough. You summon all of your Kai skills to mask your body before setting foot into the hall. You keep close to the left wall, and as you inch your way closer to the stairs, you pray that your camouflage skills will keep you hidden from the eyes of the creatures gathered around the trough. Random number, if you have a similance, add 3. Alright, so all I have to do is not roll a 0 or a 1. Come on now. Okay, an 8, thank you. I made it. Your Kai camouflage skills keep you hidden from the unwanted attentions of these thirsty creatures, and you reach the stairs without being detected. Once you are here, you ascend to the balcony and hurry through the arch. Turn into 50. You have covered 20 yards of a passageway that extends from the balcony when you hear a grating noise. It is a concealed portal, and it is sliding shut to seal off the hall through which you have just passed. Ahead lies a chamber which is bedecked with a score of lavish tapestries, each depicting the landscapes of remote and wondrous planets within the universe of Aeon. Your adversary's tracks pass through this opulent chamber, and end at a pair of stout wooden doors, inlaid with exquisite gold marquetry. You place your ear to one of the doors and concentrate. The only sound you can hear is the crackle of a log fire, but your Kai senses detect the presence of your adversary in the room beyond. You peer through the keyhole, and glimpse part of a gallery with a railed parapet. The wooden rails are lit from below by the warming yellow flicker of a fire. And we have another picture of the Sky Cloud Castle for some reason. You reach out to open the doors and confront your enemy, but a strong sense of unease stays your hand. It feels as if a swarm of butterflies are fighting to escape from your churning stomach. You have a chilling premonition that a confrontation with Wolf's Bane in the room beyond could prove fatal for both of you. Really? This fear prompts you to pray to the gods Kai and Ashir to sustain and protect you in the coming fight. Random number time. A 6. Okay. In response to your prayer, you feel a warm and glowing sensation deep within your chest. This feeling grows and then pulses through your body and your mind, leaving you physically and mentally refreshed and alert. Restore 8 endurance points. Nice, so praying really worked there. You got to pray just to make it today. That's why we pray. Confident that the divine gods of good are watching over you in your moment of truth, you throw open the doors and stride boldly into the hall beyond. Maybe this is when we finally get to fight him. The doors swing open onto a gallery which encircles 3 sides of a large banquet hall. Below, through the wooden spindles of the gallery's parapet rail, you can see the hall itself. Tapestries drape the walls, and a blazing fire crackles in a great stone fireplace that occupies much of the north wall. Your adversary is sitting alone in a throne-like chair at the head of a long banqueting table. A plain, oblong-shaped wooden case lies closed on the table before him.
Welcome, Lone Wolf. So glad you could join me,
He says, his voice oozing sarcasm as he gets to his feet and tilts his head condescendingly towards the gallery. You see his right hand move below the edge of the table, and, moments later, you hear the double doors swing shut and lock behind you. Anxiously, you cast your eyes around the hall, searching out his hidden accomplices.
We're alone,
Snaps Wolfsbane. He raises a hand and beckons you to descend the gallery stairs to the hall below.
The time has come, Lone Wolf. Our jaunt across Avaros has been leading to this moment of truth.
He's finally ready to fight me? Jeez. So here's the illustration of the Great Gala. There's a big table down there. There's Wolfsbane standing around being douchey. Wolfsbane reaches out to the slim case that is laid on the table before him, and he flips open its lid. Inside, you see 2 thin-bladed dueling rapiers couched on a velvet liner. No, I don't want to use one of your stupid rapiers. I want to kick your ass with the summer sword.
We two are as equally matched as these fine blades,
He says in a voice as syrupy as rancid molasses.
Come, Lone Wolf. I challenge you to duel honorably. Come and choose your weapon and let fate decide who of us will triumph this day.
You magnify your vision and scrutinize the open case. Your senses confirm that these swords are finely crafted blades. They are not booby-trapped, nor are they magically cursed in any way. Alright, what if I decline his challenge? You know what? Fuck it. I'll accept this challenge. I ain't scared. Slowly you descend the stairs and approach the banqueting table. Wolfsbane slides the open case towards you and motions for you to take a weapon. You reach for the box and remove the uppermost rapier, and then you slide the case back across the table to your opponent. There's an illustration. Those don't really look like rapiers to me, but okay. Close enough.
Very well,
He says as he takes the sword and makes a few strokes to gauge its balance.
Let the duel begin.
The duel, Lone Wolf versus Wolfsbane. The combat ratio for the duel is -4. This ratio takes account of all bonuses which may apply, e.g. grand weapon mastery with sword, psychic attacks, and special items. Wolfsbane's endurance score is identical to your current endurance score unless you possess a bronze disc. If you possess this special item, you may reduce your enemy's endurance by 4 points before the commencement of combat. Well, I don't have a bronze disc, so if his endurance is reduced to 10, do not continue the fight. Alright, so that means he's got a 60 combat skill versus my 56. And his endurance is 62, just like mine. Okay. We could win this. Let's do this. Round 1, 62 versus 62. Fight! I finally get to fight him. It's been forever. Chasing this fucker for 4 hours. 62 versus 62. Go. Alright. I lost 5. He lost 2. That's not a great first round. 57 versus 60. Go. Ha! I lost none. He lost 9. That's a great round. 57 versus 51. Go. I lost none. He lost 9 again. Yes! Kicking his ass now. 57-42. Go. I lost 4. He lost 5. I can live with it. 53-37. Go. I lost 5. He lost 3. That's not so great. 48-34. Go. I lost 1. He lost 8. That's much better. 47 versus 26. Go. I lost 4. He lost 4. Alright, evenly matched that round. Round 8. 43-22. I lost 1. He lost 8. That's a good round. 42-14. Go. If I can just get him to 10, this shit ends. 42-14. Go. There we go. I got him to 10. And I lost 4. So I still have 38 left. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. $38 is what I got. Alright. You know, just in case some crazy hard shit happens after this, I'm gonna drink a potion of Lomspur right now. I can do it at the end of a combat, so let's bring this back up to 42. Just in case. Wolf's Bane staggers backwards, clutching at his wounds with his free hand. You move forward, eager to finish him, but he parries your lunge, and then, with a look of utter desperation in his soulless eyes, he glances up at the ceiling and shouts,
"Take him, Doomblight! Take him now!"
Your blood freezes when you see among the great gull-winged horror. When you see a great gull-winged horror emerge from a hidden perch among the hall's shadowy rafters. I knew it. I knew he was going to make me fight something else. It plunges towards you, a fiery sword held at arm's length, ready to be driven through your heart. I have encountered the demon of Shamath. Yes, I remember going to a shadowy plane and encountering her. In which book was it? I don't remember now. It was just a few books ago. It was the one right before the Death Lord of Ixia. Which one was it? Demon of Shamath was on the cover. I think it was the Legacy of Vashna. Yep. There's the Demon of Shamath right there. Demon of Shamath for you. We're on Wolf's Bane. So yes. Yes, I have. The creature that is diving towards you suddenly freezes in midair. The morbid fear of death that had gripped your heart quickly evaporates, but you are left with a feeling of deep unease as your Kai senses detect that something extraordinary is taking place around you. The hall has become filled with a deadly silence, and everything, including the tongues of flame trailing from the creature's sword, and the blazing fire in the grate, is utterly frozen. It is as if time itself is standing still. Wolf's Bane is a frozen statue, his face fixed in the malevolent sneer he was wearing in gleeful anticipation that you were about to meet your doom. You are beginning to think that perhaps you have been killed, and that this is life after death, when suddenly you glimpse a blurred movement at the corner of your eye. From out of the shadows cast by the gallery steps a young teenage girl, dressed in a I can't say the word leather all of a sudden. Why is leather a tricky word to say? Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather. steps a young teenage girl, dressed in a leather jerkin and threadbare trousers. You recognize her at once. It is Alice, the strange, enigmatic creature who helped you once before, during your confrontation with the demoness Shamath. Yeah, I remember her. It didn't tell me last time that she was Alice. I just guessed that it's Alice, because if you read any of the Lone Wolf novels, they wrote some novels that were like based on the Gamebooks, but with some new stuff added. Alice is in the novels, and so I guessed that might be Alice when we met her before, and now it confirms it for me. She's like super fucking powerful. What are you doing here? You stammer. Casually, she walks towards you and reaches up to touch a finger to the frozen fiery sword clutched in the talons hands of Wolfsbane's winged minion. Why, doing what I like best, she replies airily. Minding other people's business. She prods the frozen sword with the tip of her finger, and there is a gentle pop. Instantly, the creature disappears. I do hate cheats, she says as she wanders over to where Wolfsbane is standing immobile. Cheekily, she pokes out her tongue at him, and then she spins on her heel to face you. Now, perhaps you can finish what you came here to do, Lone Wolf, she says, and claps her hands 3 times. A sudden rush of noise assails your ears, and your senses reel as the reality of time comes flooding back into the hall. Thank you, Deus Ex Machina. Thanks, Alice. Good looking out. The triumphant sneer dies on Wolfsbane's face the instant he realizes that his winged minion has disappeared and that you are still alive. He recoils, his mouth gaping and his eyes wide with disbelief. As he retreats, he brushes against Alice and utters a yelp of fright. His abject fear, however, soon transforms into blind fury. He's mad. You! He cries accusingly. Fueled by rage, he raises his sword in readiness to slash at your face. You rush forward and block his vicious blow. Then you twist the blade from his grasp, and with one swift thrust, you skewer his heart upon the tip of your rapier. Trust me when I say, I did not need to block a blow to protect Alice. She did not need me to block that for her. That is a fact. Wolfsbane regards the blade protruding from his chest with a look of utter astonishment. Then, with a curse on his blood-flecked lips, he drops to his knees and crumples lifelessly to the floor. So I killed him, and I didn't even use the Somber Sword. I used some jank-ass rapier. Still, though, you never know what kind of crazy shit's still gonna happen. You step away from the body of your enemy, and allow yourself a smile of grim satisfaction that you have, at last, rid Aeon of this evil intruder. Hurry, Lone Wolf, says Alice impatiently. Nar is vengeful. He'll soon be wanting to know how his champion is faring. If he finds him slain, we will both feel his wrath. Then we must escape from here, you reply. But how? Do you know of a way? Maybe, she replies, narrowing her green eyes. Yes, I've got a plan. I have Kai Screen and Grand Crown, yes. What does Kai Screen and Grand Crown do? Oh, I can mask my goodly aura. Right. Okay. Time to mask a goodly aura, apparently. Let's do it. Keep healing as well. Come, Grandmaster, you're going home, she says, and she takes you by the hand and leads you to the middle of the banquet hall, to a place directly opposite the great fireplace. But first, we must make preparations for the journey. Alice then proceeds to tell you to use your advanced Kai mastery to mask the goodly aura that radiates naturally from your mind and body. When you have done as she requests, she touches the platinum amulet which you wear around your neck and smiles. Good, good, she enthuses. This bauble will take care of the rest. She then takes a piece of limestone from her pocket and proceeds to draw a pentagram on the floor of the hall. She has half completed the complicated design when suddenly she becomes agitated. "Must hurry," she mumbles. Must hurry." Suddenly, the fire in the hearth flares brightly. The flames begin to grow and whirl and slowly change color. "It's no good!" cries Alice, tearful with frustration. Angrily, she casts her chunk of crumbling limestone at the roaring flames, and then leaps to her feet and comes rushing to your side. "It's too late!" she screams, her voice now barely audible above the unnatural crackling of the fire. "Nar is summoning his champion!" Well, that doesn't sound good. I thought Wolfsbane was his champion. So there's Alice looking a little bit weird with her eyes right there. I don't know if those are her open, all white eyes, or if those are like her eyelids and her eyes are almost entirely shut and those are her eyelashes. I'm not sure. But, oh, she was drawing a pretty complicated design. Fortunately, she just happened to have some limestone in her pocket. You know, as one does. Random number. Come on, give me a good number here. Give me a good number. Give me a good number. A 7. Yes, lucky number. Alright, we got this. We got this. You feel your throat tightening and your lungs collapsing as the air is sucked out of the chamber. The whirling flames of the fire have rapidly transformed into a raging vortex, which is dragging into its core every loose item in the banquet hall. You and Alice hang on to the banister rail affixed to the gallery stairs, but it is becoming increasingly difficult to maintain your grip. Chairs, tapestries, tables, and other furniture batter you as they tumble past to be sucked into the vortex. Lose 4 endurance points. Well, that's rude. Then the rail collapses and the two of you are drawn into the raging heart of this fearsome whirlpool. Uh-oh. Now we're getting sucked into some other new kind of portal. It's not great. It's not great. For what seems like an eternity, you plummet into the swirling heart of a supernatural vortex. Brilliant sparks and flashes of color illuminate this funnel of darkness as items of furniture from the banquet hall explode and disintegrate, unable to withstand the extraordinary pressures generated by this cosmic whirlpool. You watch with shock and awe as the lifeless body of your adversary, Wolfsbane, is transformed into a fiery meteor before your very eyes. Then, gradually, the spin of the vortex becomes less fierce, and you feel the centripetal pull on your body easing. Beams of light penetrate the darkness, and you see Alice glide into view. She appears to be reclining, as if casually resting upon a couch after a weary day's work, and her expression is mildly pensive. She looks as if to her this whole terrifying journey is nothing more than an irritating inconvenience. At last, the vortex slows to a standstill, and you feel ground solidifying beneath your feet. But the darkness gives way to a swirling mist which dissolves to reveal a horrifying sight. A deep and morbid terror returns to twist its knife in your guts when you suddenly realize where you are. You have been summoned to the throne hall of Nar, the seat of power of the King of the Darkness, the inner sanctum of ultimate evil. Ah shit, it's Lone Wolf's worst fear. And let me guess, there's also a wooden platform here. Alright. Before you lies a smoke-filled hall that reeks of death and decay. Only the floor appears to be solid, and yet when you stare down at its glassy surface, you see that it is honeycombed with thousands of cells, each one occupied by a tortured soul writhing in perpetual torment. Wow, so soul prison floor. That's pretty serious. The latest in evil decor. The walls of this evil chamber are wreathed with sulphurous smoke, lit intermittently by shafts of crimson lightning. The foul substances which pass for air seethe with the tension of ferocious evil energies. How many times is the word evil going to be used here? From the center of the floor, there arises a slender domed plinth. Moments later, a wide dais rises beside it, upon which you see a visage of the dark god, one that he favors whilst occupying his unholy throne hall. Nothing could have prepared you for the sight that now meets your gaze. It is the foulest you have ever seen. Nar's favored form is a great globular body, like that of a bloated spider, borne by a score of stunted limbs which emerge chaotically from the underside of a sack-like abdomen. His face hangs like a parody of a wrinkled old sow's, yet with an evil-smelling black hole where one could expect a snout. The upper surface of his body is covered with pouches of vile fluids that trail wisps of black smoke, and his maw is studded with hundreds of blue-stained fangs. But it is the eyes that shock you the most. The dark god has the eyes of a man. No, it is really not his eyes that shock me the most. Look at this fucking thing. Are you kidding me? This is the nastiest thing we've seen since the Chaos Master. This is worse than the Chaos Master. This is like some Warhammer Fantasy Chaos shit right here. Wow. That thing is no joke. When you talk about a hideous creature, this right here is what I'm gonna think of from now on. Kill it with fire. Nar shifts his bloated body from the dais and slither shuffles towards the plinth. A misshapen limb extends to the plinth, and its domed cover retracts to reveal a wondrous and mysterious artifact. A second shock stuns your senses when you recognize the nature of this artifact. It is one of the most legendary items in all the long history of Magnamund. It is the fabled Moonstone of the Chianti. Wow. If you know about Lone Wolf lore, that is a big deal. That is perhaps the most legendary item in the history of Magnamund. This item was so powerful that the gods of good had to ask the Chianti to remove it from their world because it would unbalance the balance of power between good and evil, because it was that powerful. So the Moonstone's a big deal. In fact, let me tell you how big a deal the Moonstone is. You know the dates that it says in this game? Like when it says year MS 5080, that MS stands for Moonstone. All the dates in this game are either a number followed by MS or MS followed by a number, which represents that they're either before or after the creation of the Moonstone. It is literally the thing which defines the year. It's 5,080 years since the creation of the Moonstone. That's what the MS means. So that's how big of a deal the Moonstone is. Boom. Fucking Lone Wolf lore busting it out. The fabled Moonstone was created many thousands of years ago. Exactly 5,080 years ago, actually. By the godlike Chianti, whose presence upon Magnamund heralded the dawn of humanity. This wondrous artifact contains the combined might of all their magic and wisdom, the sum of all their knowledge. So significant was the creation of this artifact that all time on Magnamund is measured from the date of its creation. That's what I just said. It had long been held that the Moonstone's location was a secret known only to the remnants of the Chianti, who dwell upon the Isle of Lorne in deepest southern Magnamund. Yet the evidence of your eyes tells you that this mystical stone of power has fallen into the hands of the Dark God. That's bad. Suddenly, the significance of the Moonstone becomes clear. Nar is using its legendary powers to generate shadow gates within the world of Magnamund at locations and times of his own choosing. Such power has enabled him to send his loathsome champions to your home world, while the goodly forces of Kai and Ashir are held at bay, helpless to counter them. Only you and your Kai brethren have stood in the way of the onslaught of Nar's agents since the demise of his Dark Lords. The hideous form of the Dark God returns to the dais and settles there uneasily. Then a deep rumble fills the throne hall. It is the prelude to the voice of Nar.
You have done well, my champion.
It booms.
Now I command you to return to accursed Summerland and finish my work. Prepare the way for my armies of night. At last this planet is mine for the taking. My victory is complete.
It is clear from his words that Nar is convinced that you are his champion, Wolf's Bane, freshly returned from a duel in which evil has triumphed. Oh, because I'm masking my aura! I'm masking my goodly aura so he thinks I'm Wolf's Bane. That's fucking awesome. Suddenly you see Alice emerge from the smoky wall less than a dozen paces behind Nar, yet the dark god appears unaware of her presence. She appears calm and focused, and you sense that she is waiting for an auspicious moment to approach the plinth and take the moonstone. With bated breath you watch as she inches closer and closer to the legendary stone. Then Nar shifts his gruesome bulk and she freezes.
You will not return to Summerland alone, Wolfsbane. Kekatag the Avenger will accompany you. He has a mission of assassination to complete in Turin at the Brotherhood of the Crystal Star.
Oh no, he's gonna go kill my buddy Bandon. I'm not a fan of that. Kekatag the Avenger sounds pretty serious. Then the fucking Avengers will let anyone in these days. Then the Dark God emits a high-pitched whistle, and, moments later, a fearsome warrior answers the call. He emerges from the smoky wall, and the floor shudders as he strides to the center of the throne hall. Yeah, I have Kai screen. Kekatag the Avenger is attired in battle armor that glimmers like slime-dulled gold. Beneath his helmet there is a hollow skull face from which emerges a sickly stench that permeates even the foul air of this hall. The skulls and bones of humans bedeck his armored hide, and in his mighty hands he carries a great two-handed axe, its blade stained black with the blood of his countless victims. This fearsome warrior holds you with his glowing eyes, and you feel waves of powerful psychic energy buffet your mind. Your advanced Kai defenses repel this attack, but you are left in no doubt that he is deeply jealous of your supposed defeat of Lone Wolf. So he thinks I'm Wolfsbane too, but he's mad at me. He mad. Nar moves from the dais and commands Kekatag to cease his psychic assault. The murderous Leviathan complies at once with his fell master's wishes. For the first time since he strode into this throne hall, Kekatag turns to face Nar. His intent is to bow his huge form in dutiful deference to his master's authority, but this formality is soon forgotten when his psychic powers detect the presence of Alice. The realization that she is here makes the warrior bellow with supernatural rage. The deafening sound galvanizes Alice into action. She leaps towards the plinth and places both of her hands upon the surface of the moonstone. Instantly a whirling hole appears in the smoky wall of the throne hall. It is the unmistakable mouth of a shadow gate. "Flee, Lone Wolf!" she cries. "Flee to your homeland before it's too late!" Bravely she stands her ground, her hands clasped upon the glowing moonstone, as Kekatag and Nar advance upon her from two sides. You are deeply moved by the courage of this enigmatic being. It seems she is prepared to sacrifice her immortality that you might escape alive from this terrible place. I think she'll be fine. This is probably going to get me killed. What if I choose to stay and fight the Dark God and his evil again? I already died once in this book. I might as well die again. Alice draws upon her powers to create a cocoon of energy to protect both her vulnerable body and the legendary Moonstone. Kekatog assaults this glowing shield with maniacal ferocity, his great two-handed axe drawing fiery sparks with every mighty blow. You can sense from the hatred which blazes in his supernatural eyes that he and Alice are old enemies. So there's Alice with the Moonstone and the shield, and there's Kekatog. Looks pretty scary. This dude's no joke. He's like straight up Death Knight. Nar is now aware of your true identity. He also senses that you have made no effort to reach the Shadowgate, and so he moves away from Alice, seemingly happy to allow his minion to press on with the attack, while he devotes his undivided attention to you. Yes, I have the Summer Sword. Let's see if it's about to get me into trouble. You draw your divine blade from its scabbard, and a halo of golden light irradiates the throne hall. Nar bellows with a terrible rage. He is mortally aghast that such a holy weapon should be unsheathed in his presence, in his inner sanctum, and in his anger he summons a host of rubbery-limbed horrors from the smoky walls of his evil domain. I'll fight him. Cyropedians? The seething horde of needle-fanged horrors attempts to surround and overwhelm you. They seem undaunted by the divine glow of your wondrous blade, a blade that can seal their doom. It says I can add 4 to my combat skill using the Summer Sword on the Plane of Darkness, but I don't need to. That'll give him a 41. Plus, I could use Mind Cut, whatever. But I'm already plus 11 on them, so now the hiccups are back. Fuck. Okay, sorry, I was holding my breath. Had to get rid of those hiccups again. One-shotted, first of all. Yes, one-shotted again. And I just won the book, y'all. 350. That's the end. So I didn't even have to fight anything really hard here at the end. Just these scrub-ass creatures he summoned. Apparently I don't have to fight Nar or Kekatog or anybody. We just win all of a sudden. So that's great. Let's do this. Final passage. It's good because I just ran out of water. As the last of the creatures dies, you leap over its heaped body and stumble through the Shadowgate into a whirling oblivion. The last image that burns itself into your memory is that of Alice slowly succumbing to the relentless blows from Kekatog's axe. The memory of her fearless bravery strengthens your spirit and resolve to forever serve the forces of good against the accursed hordes of darkness. Congratulations, Grandmaster. You have won a great victory over the forces of evil. You have defeated Nar's sinister plan to destroy you and conquer all of Magnamund. But as you return through the Shadowgate to the land of your birth, you know that the fight against evil is not yet over. If you are to prevent the Dark God from launching his armies of night into Magnamund, you must return to the Plane of Darkness and retrieve the fabled Moonstone. Well, why did I go through the fucking Shadowgate? I wouldn't have chosen to go through the Shadowgate. In fact, I chose not to go. I have to assume that I fell. That I was fighting the creatures, and I literally stumbled into the Shadow Gate, not on purpose. You must return to the Plane of Darkness and retrieve the fabled Moonstone. Only by doing so will Magnamund be safe from the ravages of Nar's unholy hordes. It will be a supremely perilous mission, perhaps the most dangerous you have ever undertaken. If you possess the true courage of a Kai Grandmaster, the ultimate quest awaits you in the climax to the Grandmaster series, entitled The Curse of Nar. If you possess the true courage of a Grandmaster... Oh, it doesn't have a price on the cover anymore. The old ones always used to have a price on the cover. Curse of Nar. We're gonna sneak preview here. Yeah, that one doesn't have a curse on the cover either. Looks pretty serious though. Anyway, my joke was gonna be like, if you possess the true courage of a Kai Grandmaster and $5.99, the ultimate quest awaits you in the climax to the Grandmaster series, entitled The Curse of Nar. That one's gonna be good. Deliberately going back into the Plane of Darkness, which is Lone Wolf's greatest fear. Right alongside wooden platforms. Okay, good times. We beat another one. We finished. Of course, we died. We died once because of a fucking 0 roll. We died because of a 0 roll. Again. Again. We would have made it through this one without any deaths if not for that. We beat Wolfsbane. That was no probs. That was good. He finally stopped running around all over Hell's Half-Acre and let us fight him. Good times. That was a cool one. I had fun. So, thanks for watching. And next time, we will be back for Book 20, The Curse of Nar. Which I think is the second to last Grandmaster book. Oh, it might be the last Grandmaster book. But I think the Voyage of the Moonstone is the first New Order book. I'm not sure. That doesn't say. That's the British cover. There's no American cover for Voyage of the Moonstone. The Curse of Nar might be the final Grandmaster book, which means it'll be the final book in which you play Lone Wolf. The New Order books, which are all the rest of these, you play one of Lone Wolf's students, who's also a Grandmaster, but not actually him. So it's kind of like a reboot of the series. Curse of Nar. That's gonna be a serious book if it's the final Grandmaster series book. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. So that'll be next time. But that is gonna do it for this one. Thank you for watching. This has been Josiah Plays Lone Wolf, Book 19, Wolf's Bane.